is Pump Fake Pod. Let's go. Happy 2026 New Year. What is going on? It's been a minute. Elliot, how we doing, my friend?
Doing good, man. Good start to the New Year's. Just brought it in with family. Just got home, so ready to chop up the slate and then get on the road to Manhattan early in the morning for Cougar versus Wildcat showdown on CBS. So should be a good start to the weekend tonight. Roll into an incredible day of 120 basketball games tomorrow. So definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
How was your trip?
Trip was great. Was down in Puerto Rico. Was off the grid a little bit. Was on the grid. Was hanging out on the beach, off the beach. Life was good. Yeah, I mean, missed a few shows, of course. I know from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but didn't miss too much action for the Pump Fake Pod. Went 2-2 in Puerto Rico, basically 2 winning days, 2 losing days, and then we've had 2 winning days in a row here now as we're sitting at 9-5 right now today with Pacific left. So 10-6 yesterday. So good start to January. Long day of travel. Was rushing to get back so we could talk a massive slate. We got our big Saturday slate, conference openers, going to be absolute bangers of the games tomorrow. I mean, we know we've seen some big Saturday slates, Elliot. You and I have done some big Saturday mega shows, but this one feels a little different. A lot of good games tomorrow. Conference play kicking off. Really, second half of the season starting to take over. I'm pumped for tomorrow, man. And look for Elliot on CBS as well too.
Might have to paint the chest.
Yep. And no, yeah. It's just the lighting for sure. Definitely a little white guy tan for sure. A little red all over. I won't show you other places, but yes, I'm back. I feel good. A lot of pina coladas on the island, which is nice. A lot of hanging out, a lot of hiking. It feels good, definitely, especially going back to 30-degree weather when you got like college basketball loaded up, Elliot. So sound like it was a good New Year's for you. You got through all your 900 Christmases. You did your New Year's. Now it's time to hunker down for 2026, baby.
Had my last Christmas on New Year's, so not only did we bring in the New Year, but we finished out the Christmases right just in time for 2026. So,
yep. And JB Elliott will be going to the Kansas State game tomorrow. He has season tickets to Kansas State, so you know. And yes, I'm pumped up to be back, though. I know it wasn't the best end of December, but sitting at 46 unit, about up now after today, 46 something units. So it was fun. Got to enjoy the. It's good to enjoy, sit back, relax, kind of take it all in. I think a day break or a little day off. It's kind of what I needed. I don't know. I highly recommend it. Take a vacation. Do what you got to do. But we now we got college basketball loaded up. Elliot dominated the slides while I was gone. Did some good stuff. We got the man cave starting to build out a little bit too. So we got some things rolling in 2026. And I know that our good old partner over there at Rhythm does as well too here in 2026. Rhythm, we're sponsored by Rhythm.ai. Rhythm AI, if you guys didn't know, launched a parlay optimizer. So we got NFL, NBA, professional parlay optimizer. When you're sitting around chopping it up with your buddies this weekend, you're like, all right, give me one play from each buddy. And you need those to hit. Well, you can come in and clutch and save the day and use your parlay optimizer with Rhythm and set your own parlay as well too. So when you come with the boys, drop 4 legs of a banger of these parlay pieces. Rhythm will help you optimize that, showing which one's green, which one's red. Don't believe college sports is available for this function yet, but it is for props with NFL and other parlay pieces. So you literally put some bets.
It is for NCAA.
It is for NCAA. Sorry. So it is for college. So if you have anything, you can start optimizing some games. and finding out which parlay is going to be in the green maybe versus taking a stab in the dark or shooting it up with your buddies a little bit, which sounded a little weird there, but yes, Rhythm's great. They're building a bunch of stuff, and I'm excited. We'll maybe do a little live parlay optimizer during the show a little bit too.
Yeah, and just a little trampoline off that, the parlay optimizer. I know we had talked a little bit on that the last show right before the New Year's. But just for everybody, the parlay, when we talk about the parlay pieces, kind of what it is, it's a high confidence leg. It's designed specifically kind of for parlays. But sometimes your straight bets can also be in there as well. But basically the parlay piece was kind of considered into it is at least 60% win probability, positive edge versus the sports books. And it has strong recent form in hitting. So hitting of 7 of the last 10 games from basically that the model. So that's kind of what the parlay piece all entails.
Yeah, and I mean, it tells you all that on Rhythm. They got you the last 10, like Elliot said, and then they have all the confidence model with it. So, instead of just picking stuff on Rhythm, you can kind of go ahead and see what Rhythm likes stuff together. So I'm excited about it. May have to hit an M&M parlay on there. So, yeah, man, absolute exciting stuff. Well, I guess we can get into a little bit today. We'll recap quick, and then we'll just start rushing on into it. But sitting at 9-5 today, it was a nice little run at the end of the day. As at 5-5, and then Stanford, Iowa State, Michigan State, Washington State takes me home with Pacific left. Michigan State ended up losing in Nebraska. Nebraska 15-0. Elliot, what a start for Fred Hoiberg and the Cornhuskers. The big win at home. And we also had Stanford, who covered the 9.5, but they can keep the points because they beat Louisville outright. Louisville. They did this last year. Good little run, maybe some quiet in the ACC. They were mad they were a 9 seed last year. Well, they may be on the same path, even after one of the hottest starts in college basketball, Elliot. Or is that a hot take?
No, you're right. It's funny because they, you would think that they would, maybe struggle on that first game out to the road trip, but they took care of business against California. I was on Cal, so that was unfortunate. And then they lay an egg here against Stanford, but good win by Stanford. Bounced back after that terrible, low-scoring Notre Dame Stanford game that.
88. What was it? 88 total points.
88 total points, or 9. Yeah, under 100 total points. Shout out to Trevor though. He called Notre Dame on the money line. We were both on Notre Dame plus the points, but he I think he took the money line too. I didn't. I laid off of it, but shout out to him for that call. But yeah, after that kind of hard fought grinder of a game, hell of a bounce back spot. You drop one at home, then end up getting Louisville, winning that outright. So shout out to the Tree Huggers. That was a good win for them.
Yeah, it was indeed for the Tree Huggers. M&M parlay, kind of a little bit. Took a Liberty, Middle Tennessee State moneyline parlay. It worked out. Took Jacksonville State, Delaware over 127.5. Got a text message from a good friend of the program. Said, you got huge balls betting on a Jacksonville State, Delaware over. Bang! Cash it. Sometimes it's just the perfect number. 127, you got to take it over against some of these random teams. I think they only scored like 130 something, but in the low
131 was the final, but still hit 5 over.
Still hit. It was a hot start too. Live over got up to like 140, so it's a good start. Quinnipiac -6.5. They were dominating Manhattan. Boom, lost outright, 80-79. So shout out to the Jaspers there, getting it done at home against Quinnipiac.
I'm telling you, these home teams, man, have started out conference play strong. You look at probably two of the worst teams kind of in the MAC. Canisius beats Fairfield by 4 at home. Niagara beats Sacred Heart by 3 at home. St. Peter's beats Marist by 10 at home.
Yep.
So you look at these, backing some home teams here in conference play, man. And then you just brought up, Manhattan outright against Quinnipiac. So one of those things where, we can start cashing on some teams that maybe, aren't as good. but you kind of back them here at the beginning of conference play with a little bit of a boost, a little bit of edge there. Iona, another one at home, beat Siena. So
Yep.
look for some of those angles here as we talk through all these games to kind of open up conference play.
Not Robert Morris, though. Robert Morris gets it done against Detroit on the road. Good win for Robert Morris there. But, yes, all those other ones banged. I did lose on Siena. I did hit the USC Michigan under 173.5. I was sitting in the airport. Like, this number's too high. Rhythm also liked it as well. So I banged that out and took that home. They ended like at 160 something, 162 or something like that. But yeah, you mentioned it. Fairfield taken down by Canisius. Good win for Canisius. I had them in Fairfield and Western Kentucky on a money line. Did not bang out. Mount St. Mary's didn't take us home, but FIU money line was easy. Sitting on the airplane in the air, check the score. They were up big. I was never worried about Florida International. They dominated New Mexico State at home to start the day. But yeah, fire day. So been a good 2 days to start the year. Going to be 2 winning days to start 2026 in January. It's always good to start the year off hot. Pacific did hit, by the way, so I'm 10-5. Did not see that. Did not watch the game, but they won 84-53. I think they covered the 5.5 or 3.5. So yeah, 10-5 day after a 10-6 day yesterday. 20-11 to start January. I'm pumped up. I think that's the momentum and little juice I needed and boost, especially going into this big mega slate where we're going to have about 50 to 60 bets tomorrow, I'd assume.
Oh, yeah. What was the other game I was going to talk about? Hilltoppers, man. Come back down. I think they're down 12-13, come back, get a good win against a solid Sam Houston State squad. They're at home. What a comeback for them. They'd already dropped one game at home against Tulsa, but they got this one done. Ended up winning by 11, 102-91. So shout out to the Hilltoppers there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hank Ploma's got those guys working in his second year there. Yeah, I mean, Tulsa didn't play today, but I know they played recently. They're looking pretty good, man.
Gonzaga survives.
Yeah, that's one I did not bet. I almost took a Seattle team total under. Thank God I did it. Seattle was up big. Seattle should have won the game. Gonzaga overcomes a late deficit and gets the job done. Wins by what was it? They still won by like 9, something like that.
Ended up pulling away, winning by 8. But yeah, I mean, at one point in the game, I think at that second half, Seattle was up 14. So it was theirs to win for sure. Just couldn't get it done.
Yeah. Some solid games, little Friday slate. We got 100 and something games tomorrow. It is no joke. 120 total games tomorrow. All games are betted on. No D2 games. Like I said, we sponsored by Rhythm. We got a good little start. Up money to start the year. Been a good season. I'm back from the island. I'm on the mainland. Island time, man. You go to, I was there for like 144 hours. You're going to spend like 40 plus at waiting on food at a restaurant or waiting on just any type of service. But when you're on island time, whatever. This time, though, we're going to be rocking and rolling. There's no freaking waiting on 120 games. It just hits you in the face. We got 9 games before 1 o'clock Eastern. We got 1 game at 10 Central for our boy Elliot and Trevor. We got 11 o'clock Central games. Better get your coffee early because there's some bangers to start off. I'm happy. I think we jump right into it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. January 3rd, 2026. Yes, 2026. Unbelievable. We got 11 o'clock Eastern. Let's go, Mac. Yes, I do. Got the Puerto Rico January tan. Absolutely. Yes. A little red for sure. But it works. Puerto Rico Jan tan, baby. All right. been in the sun, haven't been crazy. NC State's laying 3.5 against Virginia. Over under is 152.5. Let's see. NC State off of a decent win. This line's already up to 4. Looks like some places. We saw Virginia off of a loss against Virginia Tech, so it does feel kind of weird where we have NC State kind of like a lull period potentially, winning 3 straight, 2 of those decent wins, Wake Forest, Mississippi, and now we get a Virginia off of a loss. But I don't think Virginia personally can hang against this NC State team. I think Will Wade he's called this team out already. He's called he's called out games yet again. But as much as I want to lay like the points with NC State, I do think we're going to see a solid showing from this Virginia team that's going to come out and play NC State, who shut down Wake Forest defensively already. I think we see a little lackadaisical motion. I'm going to go with the over here in Virginia to start. I know it's an early game. Early game doesn't sound like a fun over, especially to start the day. But personally, I think we see a good amount of points. We saw NC State, like I said, they're in a lull period. I think we see Virginia kind of bounce back a little bit. And I think we see NC State lackadaisical on defense just a tad, but their offense is able to match up for it. I think this number is just a little bit low. Book's still banking on an old Virginia team versus kind of this high-powered offense that Virginia's shown. I expect their offense to show out. I don't want to take the points. I don't want to lay it. I think it's going to be a pretty close game. So I'm going to ride with the over here. I think we see this number go into the low 80s, high 70s.
Yeah, I like that. It opened up at 154.5, came down to about 152.5. So I like fading that the line movement there, initial line movement. But yeah, I'll just lay it here with NC State minus the 3.5. I already bet this one. I just think that they're going to be able to come out strong here at home and kind of take care of business, just like what they did against Wake Forest there. I just don't think it bodes very well for Virginia coming off that hard-fought, tough triple overtime loss at Virginia Tech. Now you got a back-to-back road spot here for Virginia. I think they will be competitive, but I think NC State will take care of business here. I see them getting this done anywhere from like 6 to 10 points. So I'll lay it here with NC State minus the 3.5.
All righty, let's go. Got the over, got the spread, bouncing all around. I hate the new NC State logo. I like the wolf. Oh, yeah, banger. Got a noon game, noon Eastern. Alabama versus Kentucky. Shout out Elliott. Did every slide, by the way. Every slide Elliott did. He did a good logo. Got some good logos here. A little Wildcat, Elephant matchup. Now we get Kentucky getting 5.5 against Alabama. Over under is 172.5. I hate that I like Kentucky here personally. I think we've seen this Kentucky team kind of resurge a little bit. They've won now 4 in a row. Alabama, they're opening up SEC play. Home game definitely sounds like it's a potential, but to lay that. But I don't necessarily think Alabama's a team to win by margin against some of these solid offensive teams, especially with UK kind of coming along offensively. Got a good win against St. John's, IU. They've had days off a little bit, a little more in Alabama, so they've had time to prepare. I think Mark Pope's going to have them ready to go. It's a weird gym, kind of a little smaller gym, so always kind of tougher to play at. But I think Kentucky will be just fine. I think we see this number soar over for sure, like the chat's saying. We see this game in the high 80s. And I just don't think for the amount that over what we have from the books, I don't see anyone pulling away, especially Alabama's side. So I'm going to lock up Kentucky with the points. Let me see if it should. May wait to bet this. I don't know. Seeing some movement towards Alabama. So we're going to see what it takes at the end of the show. But I like Kentucky plus 5.5 regardless. So we'll take that anyway.
Yeah, I'll be on the over here. It was at 172 when I had done these lines. It's already shot up a couple points I'll come in at the over 174.5. I do like the Juice's angle maybe of just taking a little same game parlay, Bama money line, and the over, teasing the over down maybe to like 169. I think that gets you at like plus money. So that could definitely be an angle, but I'll just take the 174.5 as it's kind of trickling up from the initial line that I made a few hours ago.
All right. So yeah, we got Butler Villanova next. Villanova going into Hinkle Fieldhouse here in the beautiful city of Indianapolis. Butler laying a point, over under is 146.5. Elliot, you start us off here, my friend.
Yeah, Butler coming off that hard fought loss there at Creighton, 89-85. That was a rhythm play of the day on the over there that we were on. Villanova, they're off that DePaul win at home. I know that ended up winning that game against DePaul by 5. Now Villanova goes on the road. They already won one road game at Seton Hall to open up Big East play. Now they coming into Butler. We got Butler here. Laid a very short number. Was looking to see if this moved at all, but I'm still seeing kind of -1.5, -1. So almost kind of there to pick them. But I'll back the home team here. I'm not sure if I'm going to bet this because I could see that Villanova gets the job done, but I think Butler is able to defend the three pretty well. Does worry me a little bit that they struggle from the free throw line, but Villanova does as well. So I'll back the home team here, and I think Butler will be able to get their second Big East win here at home. They've dropped the two games on the road, and they'll protect home court. So give me the Bulldogs. Probably a no bet for me though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the over here. Start another banger over. I like Butler here as well on the short spread. I think we're seeing a little mismatch in price. I think Villanova's a better team, but I think we're seeing I think with it being able to pick just a money line versus a point spread, I think it's solid to take Butler. I think we see this number just go over as well too, in the low 150s, especially with how the pace Butler's been able to run. They've proven that they can score. Villanova, who likes to kind of slow you down, have been playing in like slugfest against DePaul and Seton Hall. So I think they kind of have to change their tempo a little bit against this Butler team. So, yeah, go Bulldogs and go over. Yep. Noon overs. Theme. Starting off. Yes. Interesting. Yep. We'll get to it tonight. All right. Clemson's going into Pittsburgh laying 3.5. Over-unders 135.5. God, this line kind of stinks to me personally. Again, I think this is another over for me. I'm just going to keep riding it. If I had to pick one, it's my least favorite of the day. But I think this number is a little low, even with the pace that Pitt plays. If Clemson wants to pick it up, they're going to have to step it up offensively and run a little bit up tempo. I'll take the over here. I think Pittsburgh can play tough, kind of play up to their competition and kind of randomly surprise us. I'm probably not going to bet this one.
Yeah, I'll take Pitt plus the points, but I don't really like backing this Pitt team at all. So I'll take Pitt plus 3.5. No bet for me. I think Clemson, they had that good road win. I was on them with a little lock battle, me against Trev, getting that win against Syracuse on the road. So now they got a back-to-back road spot here. I just don't feel too confident in Pitt enough to make it a bet, but I will take the home dog here plus the 3.5.
All right. I think it's yeah. I'm with you, JB. It's the one I'm not going to take the over-wise just due to these teams just tempo, but definitely one that could sneak over for sure. All right, Wake Forest going up against Virginia Tech. The over-under is 151.5. Wake Forest off of a loss. Virginia Tech off of a great win against Virginia and their like home battle. Love that. That was fun. I'm gonna lay it with Wake here. I think. I think we see a little bounce back spot. We see a little sluggish start from Virginia Tech, who's really started off well this season. Kind of over expectations for Mike Young here after 13-19 last year, starting 12-2, already almost up to their win total for the season. But just with them going to 3 overtimes with Virginia on Wednesday, now they're going up against a Wake Forest team who absolutely no-showed offensively 2 games in a row, one of those being at home. I think there's a little step up here. We see Wake Forest get it done. I am worried about them defensively to cover a 2-possession spread, but I think we see a massive bounce back here, and Wake gets it done and Winston-Salem. I'll lay it.
Yep, I agree. I'm right there with y'all. I'll be on Wake Forest minus the 5.5. This will be a bet for me. Like you said, Wake coming off of kind of 2 piss poor performances. Only putting up 67 on Vanderbilt at home and then 57 on the road against NC State. Virginia Tech, not to mention the 3 overtime game, but the game before that, they also survived by 1 in overtime to Elon at home. So you've got them coming off of back-to-back overtime games, not to mention the 3 overtime game. So I'll lay it here with Wake Forest. I think they bounce back here at home after dropping their initial home game. You also got a team, that's going to be coming on really desperate, 0-2 in conference play. So I like for them to respond, shoot better here at home, and get the job done against Virginia Tech.
And no, I don't think this number goes to 4.5. I think this number is going to go up in Wake Forest's favor. All right. Oh, wow. VCU's laying 5.5 against Duquesne. Duquesne is at home. Over-under is 164.5. Duquesne off of 3 good wins. VCU already off 4 wins in a row. VCU sitting at 10-4. Duquesne 9-5. This line kind of stinks. I'm gonna have to ride with Duquesne here. I hate betting Duquesne. I think I am. I think we see a Duquesne team bounce, being able to slow things down against a VCU team that's going to run things hot. And Duquesne's been proven that they can run up tempo as well, even though they like to take it inside just a little bit more than VCU does. But they still can live and die by the threes. They like to distribute points in different styles. And Duquesne at home has been pretty fun. This may be a fake sharp play of the day to start it off against a really good VCU team. But this number feels a little short to me. I think the books are a little telling you that Duquesne's going to play tough and get up for this game at home in Pittsburgh. So I'll take Duquesne plus 5.5.
Yeah, I almost want to just play the over here. I know it's a pretty high over, sitting at the 164. Seeing a 163 out there as well. But both of these teams like to play with a lot of pace. Duquesne offensively has been putting up really good numbers. Fresh off of, I know it was a double overtime game at Davidson. They put up 89, but before that, they're averaging, in the 80s. I see this game probably played in the 80s. VCU not going to be the defense isn't going to be as good as it usually is there in the Siegel Center. So I think they're going to have to outscore Duquesne. So I'll take the over. I would be on the VCU side actually if I was going to pick a side, but I will take the over 164.5 here. Just because I think both of these teams are going to put up a lot of points, and I'll continue the trend for you of the noon overs.
I love it. Check the picks page if I end up betting Duquesne. I'm for sure betting every bet I've hit other than Pittsburgh Clemson's over. But check the picks page if I bet Duquesne. I will get him on at the end of the show at like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning tonight. So, but I think we'll get done earlier. But we're still in the noon Eastern games, so get the TVs maximized. We still got 2 games after this in the noon slate. St. John's is laying 12.5 against Providence. Oh, I can't believe I almost said Pepperdine there. I think I'm just so used to Pepperdine. St. John's, man, laying this many points with St. John's is interesting. They got their bounce back win against Georgetown. They just kind of laid eggs in big spots. I hate this Providence team. I'm not a fan of this Providence team. I think they're very fugazi. I don't want to lay this many points with St. John's, especially after they already did this to Georgetown, basically. So I'll take Providence plus the points, but I will not bet this for sure.
Yeah, I'll take Providence, or I'll take St. John's. I'll lay it here with St. John's. We'll just spar here, though. I think that the fact that Providence likes to really get up and down is really going to maybe hurt them here against St. John's. You look at other teams who kind of play with a lot of pace. I know Alabama beat St. John's, but other teams that play with a lot of pace, they're able to kind of get it done and get it done by margin against them. The teams that they kind of struggle with are those that kind of like to slow it down more offensively. So I'll lay it with St. John's. We'll spar here. I don't feel confident enough to make this a bet, just with 119 other games going on. So,
yeah, I'm with you. All right. Campbell and Bowie's Creek laying 3.5 against Northeastern. Look at that dog chasing the tail a little bit. Look at the dog chasing the tail and the logos up there for Campbell. I was in the airport when I was going down to Puerto Rico. I saw a little Campbell fighting Campbell's hoodie. I thought that was pretty interesting, but it's not a sign for me to bet Campbell personally. I know Northeastern got a good win against Ncaa T&T on the road. Northeastern now 5 road games in a row, and then they get 3 in conference home games. I think this Campbell team is so Jekyll and Hyde, up and down. We see them score a ton, then we see them just go on major scoring droughts, and defensively they're one of the worst. I think Northeastern can kind of hang, try to limit their possessions, play good around the perimeter for sure, try to slow Campbell down. On these short spreads, I normally line with teams that are better at getting in the line and making free throws, and Campbell does that much better than Northeastern, but I think Northeastern defensively is a better team. I think the spread is a little short because Campbell's just not that good. This game last year is probably sitting around the 5, 6, 7s just because Campbell's just was better last year. Now offensively, they're just lacking anything around the perimeter, and that's where Northeastern thrives. So I'll take Northeastern plus the points here.
Yeah, I'll bet Campbell here. Lay the 3.5. I think they've split their first 2 CAA games, both on the road. Now they return home, conference home opener for Campbell. Northeastern, as you mentioned, 5th straight road game. So 3rd straight conference road game. Just got the good win against Ncaa, but I think Campbell can get it done here at home. I'll back the Camels and lay the 3.5.
All right, we're battling there. Huskies versus Camels. Let's bite the freaking hump on them. Temple's laying 10.5 against UTSA. The over-under is 150.5. UTSA is terrible. They are so freaking bad. The laying points with Temple is not my favorite. I will lay it with Temple here, just due to the fact UTSA sucks. I think UTSA. They try to push pace and get as many possessions as possible. I think Temple is going to be able to try to dissect that, slow it down, force turnovers. They don't really get UTSA to force turnovers. And if Temple's shooting lights out today like they are at 3 and kind of been coming along here at winning 5 straight, they'll be just fine. I'll lay it. I don't think I'm going to bet it though. Just because
UTSA is terrible. I mean, I was on them plus, I think, 15.5, 16.5 against Florida Atlantic. And Florida Atlantic beat them by 40 to open up conference play. Now they go back on the road against a pretty good Temple team. I like back in Temple here. It is a big number, though. No bet for me, but I will be on the side of Temple. I'll back the Owls minus the 10.5. Don't really want any part of this game, though.
What's it called when we both are not betting, but we like a side? I can't even remember. It's been
nothing. So long. I don't know.
What do we call that?
We've never made that. So
yeah. Temple, UTSA is so bad. They are so bad. I've watched them. Like, this team is one of the worst teams in the NCAA basketball. But I can't remember. They had this guy. I can't remember who was on their team. It was like 4 years ago. I used to love this UTSA team. He was like a Marcus Howard type player. Why am I blanking on his name? Shit. Anyway, we can move on while I look this up. Texas Tech laying 11.5 against Oklahoma State. Over-unders 168.5. Big 12 play. What you got, my man? Big 12 guy over there. What you got, my friend? Javon Jackson from UTSA. Yes, he's from Puerto Rico as well, too. Guy was a stud to watch at UTSA back in time ago, for sure. If anyone remember that UTSA team. So, sorry, I forgot that. But anyway, move along. We can move on. We can stop talking about UTSA 2020. No, Javon Jackson, though, stud.
I'll take Oklahoma State plus the points. I just feel like this is too many points. I know Texas Tech is a good team, but so is Oklahoma State. I think we see both of these teams put up a lot of points. I could see, I know the over is pretty high at the 168.5, but Texas Tech's been shown to be able to put up a lot of points, especially on the interior. And if Christian Anderson is on point, that could be a real big problem for Oklahoma State, because he got Toppin down low and then Anderson shooting threes from the outside. Oklahoma State, they don't really defend really well. Quick possessions there defensively. So I think Texas Tech will put up some points, but I just think it's too many points. I think Oklahoma State offensively can stay competitive and stay in this game, unless they can just lay a clunker and shoot 2 for 20 from 3. But I think that their offense is good enough to keep them within the 11.5. So I'll take Oak State plus the 11.5.
Give me the Pokes as well. I'm down. I think it's too many points, especially with this high total. We just saw Texas Tech win by 30 against Winthrop. I know it's Winthrop of all teams, but I think we see a little bit too high of points in conference play, where Oklahoma State team, they kind of had some okay wins non-conference wise, but a hot start for Steve Lutz's second year. I think they need a game where they're able to prove it to themselves here against Texas Tech, and then UCF on Tuesday at home before a big one against Iowa State. They're definitely not overlooking this game by any means for it being Texas Tech. I think Oklahoma State's going to get up for it. I think defensively, we could see them play just a little bit better. And even if this game ends, 92-80, or not 92-80, 92-81 or whatever, 91-80. I think Oklahoma State keeps it pretty close for the most part. The foul game is what we need to worry about, but I still think it's just too many points to worry about 11 or to worry about 12 points during a foul game, where I think Oklahoma State's going to be playing tough, playing hard, and matching up well with these Red Raiders. So let me get Oklahoma State with the points as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's one of those, above double digits, you don't really think of the foul game. If this is like a 7-8 point game with 30 seconds left, they're probably not going to be fouling. which then, like you said, will kind of allow us. The one thing I'm a little worried about this is Oklahoma State's first true road game. So they've gone this far without playing a actual true road game. A little bit worrisome. In a good Texas Tech environment, but I think the fans of Texas Tech, they're still a little bit salty and a little bit disappointed and sad about the fat egg that they put up against Oregon football wise. So maybe it's not as rocking as typical there in the United Supermarket Center or Arena, whatever it is.
United Supermarket Arena. Yes. I'll tell you what's not United Supermarket Arena. Boston's Arena. Boston's catching a point against American. Over under is 150.5. This feels like a Robert Morris going into Detroit type of game today. I feel like where I want to bet the home team because it's Boston, but just feel like American's better. Boston defensively is just atrocious. I'll pick American on the money line. Check the picks page if I bet it. I'm not going to mark it off as a no bet right away. So check the picks page if I end up betting this game in the 1 o'clock window. But give me American on the road. Check the page if I bet it, though. I'm not rushing to bet this one.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be really selective on these teams that are on the road, especially these kind of short dogs. As we've seen, a lot of these home teams have been stepping up and winning outright. So I'll pick American money line right now. Not sure if I want to bet it. I'm going to wait to bet this, kind of see what else I've got going on. Maybe watch and look at the line movement. Maybe dig a little bit deeper into it, see if I can find an angle or so. But I would be on American. I think they're the better team. But as we've talked about, better teams don't always win, especially when the worst teams at home, they can kind of get up and get a win and in these home type of atmosphere spots. So I will wait to bet this.
All right, Ramel, I just dropped that in there. Looked like Elliot did too. We're just both just so efficient. Elliot and I both dropped the link. Link's always on our Pump Fake Pod pinned tweet. I'll start putting the link out on my tweets as well when I post my plays. I will not get my picks in until after the show on the sheet because my computer will freaking explode if I try to mess on Excel while I'm doing the StreamYard. So I have my recap on there. It has all the 10 and 5 from today. I'll get my picks on, have it all on the sheet right now of what I've already bet and what's on the pick sheet and what's a no bet. So I will transfer that to the sheet right after this play or right after this. I guess it is a play. It's like a big production. Right after this nice production is over, talking all the games on the slate. Elliot knows a new computer is on the way potentially for me. Look at that logo. VMI catching 6.5 against Chattanooga. Over unders 147.5. VMI Keydets with a great logo, to say the least. Not your normal standard VMI. I took VMI last game. Same number. They were covering for a little while. Didn't work out. They lost by 20 to Samford, but they were covering for a good amount of time. And believe they were up at half, but then just laid an egg in the second half, only scoring 22 points. So, I think VMI against a Samford team, I would personally take Samford over Chattanooga. I think we see a little bounce back spot for VMI, whose defense is atrocious, but we saw how hot they were to start the game off against Chattanooga. Now we're getting a much more porous defense in the Moccasins, who's solid, but I'll take VMI plus the points.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I'll take VMI plus the points. I'm betting this as well. I'm seeing this, it's starting to come down a little bit. You're seeing some sixes out there, even some 5.5s. But I'll take VMI plus the 6.5. Typical game for me is, bet VMI on the weekends when the cadets aren't have the day off. This place will be kind of rocking, but I will go from there. And I'll back the Keydets plus the 6.5.
Yep, lay with the team means I'm going to take the minus spread versus the plus spread. Southern Miss is laying 4.5 against Louisiana. Can you believe I haven't done this yet already? It's been a while. I don't think you guys have done this while I'm gone. But I'm sorry. These two teams.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something.
We don't care.
Jerry.
Louisiana is so bad. I've watched them twice now. I've had to watch them with my eyes. We got a South Alabama laying 3.5 on the road. Gets it done. That was a good little New Year's Eve win, South Alabama. But Louisiana they can play at pace, or they can play slow enough where they can kind of drag you out and keep at this number versus a porous Southern Miss team. I'll take Lafayette plus the points. Absolutely no bet.
Yeah, I don't even really want to look too much into this game, to be honest.
I wouldn't.
This
game's gonna end like 65-60 or like 60 to 52 or something.
Yeah. No, I'll take Southern Miss. But yeah, no bet for me. I don't mind sparring on this. I just think Louisiana is absolutely terrible. Which Southern Miss isn't much to bat an eye about either. But yeah, let's just, like Jeff said, next slide.
Well, hold on a second. Let's dive into the analytics on Louisiana Lafayette. I had to watch with my own eyes. Look at all these Lafayette haters. John Napolitano, let's go. Yes. What's up, Mac? Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
You know, when you look at Louisiana's offense and everything is completely red, besides steals, you know that's not a good look.
Bro, if you watch them, you will literally see how freaking bad they are, dude. Like, my goodness. Sorry. Louisiana's horrible. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Vermont laying 7.5 on the road against New Hampshire. Ugh, I hate this Vermont defense laying this many points, but there's zero chance I'm betting New Hampshire because we have Vermont off of 2 losses in a row. 2 non-con losses in a row, that is. Iona and Princeton. Now we get Vermont laying points on a shorter number than normal. I think we see this number in past years in the 11 and 12s category with how bad New Hampshire's been. But I think Vermont picks it up offensively. Let's go ahead and get back into that American East kind of play where I think that this is their year. It's a very down year for the American East. I think Vermont, even being down itself, can thrive in this conference. And I'm going to start it off laying it with Vermont. So, yes, I will trust them on the road. It is a little scary laying this many points, but I think they start off American East play hot on a bang and steadfast forward through this conference.
Yeah, I'm gonna take New Hampshire plus the points, but I'm not betting this. I don't feel like laying it at this big of a number with Vermont on the road. I just haven't, like you said, I'm concerned with their defense. But I also I'm not quite sure if New Hampshire's offense can capitalize on how bad Vermont's defense is. So I will just completely stay away from this game. But I will take the home dog plus 7.5. I feel like it's a lot of points, but I'll root for you though. I think that we could see Vermont kind of run the America East. So could be a spot where you just start backing Vermont here and you just don't stop fading them. I will be on them basically probably every home conference game for sure, though.
Yeah, for sure. This is their year to win the American East again. Colgate, Army, another similar situation, I feel like here game-wise, or Army has been a little hotter than New Hampshire, that is. But now we get Colgate, who, has been okay. Not my favorite team, non-conference wise, but then when they get into Patriot League, it's fun to bet on Colgate. But this Patriot League a little better, a little more competitive. With Colgate being on the road, going into Army, they've done so well for me. They've randomly covered some massive games. I'll lay it with Colgate. No bet, though. I don't feel as comfortable betting this team against a feisty Army team that can get really hot from three at times. They got some sharp shooters where they're gonna live and die by the three a little bit. That's their offensive strategy, and I think Colgate defensively could be an issue there, but I'm not going to fade them in Patriot League yet. But it is on the road. Can't believe I'm saying this. I like Vermont better on the road than I do Colgate. So yeah, I'll lay it with Colgate. No bets. No bets.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Colgate here as well. But I'm not going to bet this either. Just kind of scares me. I think that they maybe probably survive this and get this one done. They do defend the three pretty well, so that could bode not great for Army with how many threes that they take. But Army shoots such a high volume from three. I still think that the three ball can keep them in the game, especially with how slow Colgate plays. And they're typically gonna really get a lot of their points inside the paint for the most part. So you see, Colgate goes and makes 4 buckets. Our Army hits 2 threes, and it's 2-point game. And then three is worth more than 2, so you get that point where Colgate scores a couple buckets, Army hits 1 3, and it cuts it down. So I think we see this similar with kind of a game style like that. I don't want to lay this or feel confident in betting this at this number, but I will take Colgate and back the road favorite, unlike what I just did last time out.
All right. Coastal is laying 8.5 against Georgia State. 6.5, excuse me. Maybe this line's jumped down since it's been made. Looks like people like it. God, this is another one. I think it's a dud for me. I'm not going to bet this one, but Georgia State's bad, dude. I think they just expended all their opportunity against a Marshall team on the road. Now they're continuing on the road. But who wants to lay this many points with a Coastal team, especially off an overtime game 2 days ago, not even, with a Georgia Southern team that runs at pace? I'll take Coastal at home laying the points, but I am not betting this for sure. I can't lay that many possessions with a Coastal Carolina team, but I know Georgia State's awful. Coastal Carolina's got a really good defense. They're really efficient on defense. They also can defend the perimeter. They can defend inside. So they're very versatile on defense. I don't think I'm going to bet it, though.
Yeah, I will maybe look at a Georgia State team total under if I'm going to bet this.
I like that.
I think that, like you said, Coastal coming off that tough loss at home in overtime by 1 against Georgia Southern on New Year's Day. Quick little turnaround at home, kind of get a little bounce back spot. I think that they can get up. Georgia State's offense isn't very good. They did just put up 80 against Marshall, and then 110 before that to a D2. So I think we see kind of a low, sluggish style of play here, and I think that Coastal can kind of give them a tough little situation there on the offensive end. So I'll take the Georgia State team total under. I don't see it right now.
It is. It's going to be. It is 69.5, 70.5 on DraftKings.
So I'll take that.
I like that.
We'll see Georgia State in the 60s. I was thinking I was thinking it was going to be like 66, 67. But at 70.5, I'll bet it.
All right, I'll bet it with you. I'm in. Forget Coastal Carolina laying the points. I will bet that one. Let's go. All right.
Right now.
I like. See, this is what we talk about. This is what we talk about. Talk it out. Wofford's down 9.5, laying 9.5 on the road against the Citadel.
Shout out Puzzle, by the way.
Hey, shout out Puzzle. Thanks, thank you for the donut. Thanks for always joining us too, and hopping in the chat. We appreciate your camaraderie and support. Man, I kind of want to lay it with Wofford, but another team on the road that's just bad. But I think this is more so a fade of the Citadel, but it is a intrastate game. Don't love laying points with Wofford, but I think I'm going to fade just Citadel itself. I'll lay it with Wofford on the road. Citadel sucks.
Yeah, I was looking at maybe a team total over here for Wofford, but Citadel plays with such a slow pace. Really kind of just worries me a little bit, just because they will really slow it down on offense and kind of limit possessions here. I'll lay it with Wofford, but no bet. I'm not gonna. This is one where I kind of have that angle where I like to bet the double-digit dog at home, but Citadel's so bad that I don't really want to take the bait here on that. So I will. I'll just lay it with Wofford, no bet though.
Jeff Sharp, I appreciate you. Thanks for talking me off this. I don't know. Check the picks page on Wofford. I'm not counting it out yet.
I am.
I'm not counting it out yet.
That's right. There are better games.
Not counting it out yet. Georgia's laying 4.5 against Auburn. Over unders 173.5. Man, Auburn going on the road in Georgia. Georgia laying points, which is just awesome. Not something we would see, but this Georgia team's really got it. They're firing it off. Now they got their SEC home opener against an Auburn team where it might be easy to just try to click them plus the points. But I think Georgia offensively is one of the best teams in the country. They're physical down low, which I think is a strength against Auburn. And also Georgia can play both sides of the ball as well. They really can defend. My only issue with Georgia is we haven't really seen them play against high-powered teams. I think this is definitely the best team that they've played, but this is now nut up or shut up time in the SEC for Georgia. And I think I'm gonna go with the soup here and lay it with Georgia and ride their momentum and see if they can get it done against a good Auburn team. Even though this seems like a just blind bet on Auburn plus the points, I think we see a Georgia team absolutely get up for this game. Maybe start off a little slow, but second half they score almost 50 points and beat Auburn by about 9 to 10. But it is very cute for sure. I agree, Peanut.
Yeah, this one's interesting because, like people are saying in the chat, Georgia, they really haven't played very much of anyone. Outside of Clemson, who they lost to, Cincinnati, they got a good win on. But other than that, haven't really tested themselves. I guess you could say Xavier. Auburn, on the other hand, they have tested themselves, have played Houston, Michigan, Arizona, Purdue. So you have that kind of going for the Auburn side of things, but then you look at the Georgia side. They dropped both games last year to Auburn, lost at home by 2. So I really think it's kind of a get-up spot for Georgia. So I'm kind of stuck kind of in the middle of this. Not quite sure what to do here. I will I'll lay it with Georgia, but I do feel like it's not really, I'm not super confident in it just because I can see both sides. I'm going to lay off of a bet currently right now, but I will I'll back the home team here, laying the -4.5. I agree. I think you can see, I see possibly, this game being kind of tied somewhat, or maybe even Auburn leading at half, and then Georgia kind of run away with it there offensively at home. But I'll lay it here with Georgia at home.
Yeah, I think it's a great angle. Shout out Jeff Sharp. Appreciate you always listening as well. and giving your thoughts in the chat, because I'm with you on this one. It's whispering to me as well. It just feels like a start of something new in Georgia with Mike White finally getting underway. Kent State's against Northern Illinois. That logo is so badass. Elliot went and found a alternate logo for Kent State. Look at that. That's alternate logo for Kent State there.
I made it on Photoshop, actually, or on Adobe, whatever.
Yeah, I love it. And then Northern Illinois, classic, probably 60s, 70s logo there, maybe 50s. Northern Illinois is terrible, but it's a lot of points for me. I'll lay it with Kent State. No bet. And I'll be back. I got something to attend to. 2 minutes. We got a big game coming up after this one as well.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, on this one, I think that I'll just be on the over here. I see over 159.5. I'm going to check to make sure that I'm still kind of getting it at that same price. I'm actually seeing 158.5, so it's came down a point. I'll take the over here. I just think that Kent State will be able to play fast, play at a lot of pace. They're just off of that 40-point loss to Purdue. But Northern Illinois, I think they're not very good, but I think that they can, put up a little bit of points. I think we'll go with the over 159.5. I was debating between that and possibly the Kent State team total over. But I'll just ride the full game over. I think Kent State, defensively, not the best. I think they'll put up a lot of points, and they'll be able to just kind of coast here. So they'll give up some points to Northern Illinois. So I'll take the over 159.5. I'm going to write that down real quick so I don't forget. And I'll look and see. I might play the team total over Kent State. I'm going to wait on it and see. But now looking at the next game, I believe, yes, boots on the ground. For me here, BYU heading into the Octagon of Doom here in Manhattan, Kansas. BYU is laying 7.5. Seeing some 8s out there as well, even an 8.5. So if you like the BYU side, shop around because there are some 7.5 still available, but 8s coming up, 8.5s. Got the over under sitting 171.5. It's now shot up a little bit. I'm seeing anywhere from 172.5 to 174. Personally, I just feel like this is too many points for a BYU team who's going to open up conference play. I know that, sometimes it's a little nervous with how the energy is going to be there in the Octagon of Doom, especially without the students there because they haven't returned back from on campus, but should be a lot of students back. I think maybe coming in for New Year's, hanging around in Manhattan, and then they will be able to kind of stay around and stick around for this game probably before going home. But yeah, I think I'll be on K-State. Plus the 7.5, plus the 8.5. I'll probably wait to bet this just because a lot of people are going to be on BYU. I'm seeing a lot of people on BYU here in the chat. But, if K-State can get hot from 3 and hit their 3s, I think they'll be able to be competitive in this game at home if they can, jump out to a good start to the game and be competitive. The crowd will be in it. My fear is if BYU comes out and really just kind of takes the wind out of the sails of the fan base here at K-State, I feel like the crowd will be a little bit quiet and possibly you could see BYU run away with it. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I like K-State at home plus the 8.5. Like I said, I'm going to wait to bet it as it looks like it's going up. And like Jeff said, I'm seeing 7.5 on FanDuel. So if you do like the 7.5, take that. It looks like it's rising. So, if you want to be on the BYU side, wait. Don't wait to bet this. Bet it now. And then I don't mind taking the over either, over 172.5. Obviously K-State's defense isn't that great. We just kind of played with our food and beat a terrible Louisiana Monroe team by 9, 94-85. So, I see this game high scoring, but if we're able to hit our threes, I feel like we can stay in this game. So I'll be on the plus the points with the Wildcats here.
And shout out Elliot. I texted him. I was like, I need a few minutes. Duty calls, to say the least. Thanks, Elliot, for the assist there. I'm going to battle you there. I kind of like the under. I think it's a little too many points. I know with K-State style of play, it's a little crazy taking an under, but it worked out with Michigan tonight as well. And this is where I can avoid a potential blowout of taking a side of K-State, or, if this game lands in the low 80s, we still see this number hit. So I kind of like the under a little bit. I think it's just a little bit too high of a point for sure, or too many points for sure. So, but I get it. I don't want to bet an under if I'm going to a game either, for sure.
I'm just on K-State plus the points. I'm not. Okay. I would take the over. So we would spar here, but yeah, I don't mind that. I think if the under hits, I think K-State actually hangs in this game, because I think that means BYU is K-State's playing a little bit of defense, and we'll stay competitive. So I don't mind that at all. So I actually hope the under hits. Let's
go. I think that's the way. I think that's the way for K-State to actually stay alive, not kind of go off a little bit of their of their normal MO a little bit. And you just don't want I don't think you want BYU to score 100 points here at all. But we're going to see a ton of pace, so the under is a little scary. We'll let this. I'm going to wait to bet this until the end of the show. But yeah, I do like the under for sure. And yes. Go K-State. Our boy on boots on the ground. Eastern Kentucky's laying 2 against West Georgia. Over-under is 156.5. Interesting. We were at the 2:00 slate, by the way, 2 Eastern slate. So we're getting there. 2 Eastern slate's a mega one. They like to just dump it in at 2:00.
I will say, I'm a little upset at how the whole kind of slate kind of played out. It just is very, very front loaded, which it always seems to be. You get a lot of 2 p.m. and then 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. even, and even this week, especially like 5 p.m. slate too. But you get down to the 7:00 slate, and maybe they're just not trying to compete with the NFL or whatever. I don't care. I think they should compete with the NFL, but when one of your last games on the television is Florida at Missouri, in Missouri at 8:30, being like the 4th latest game, I think that's a problem. We only have 2 games at 10, 2 games at 9, just super front loaded. So I hate that.
Yeah, the freaking they're just scared of a Panthers Buccaneers game and a whatever game at whatever. So whatever. Screw the freaking NFL. I'm so mad about my Colts. I can't even watch it really. I gave up on fantasy basically for the Pump Fake Pod. Fell on the sword, but there are some bangers at 8:00 at least for sure. But yeah, I have to agree with you there. Like, I get it, ratings wise, but we're not here for ratings in college basketball. It's a cult following anyway. We're not. We need better games spaced out. I felt the games even this week on the day slate were interesting, and Puerto Rico is an hour ahead from November to March throughout the year. So I was an hour ahead most places, so that was kind of interesting. I felt the schedule's just been horrible this year, and it's continuously been a problem throughout college basketball. We need to get it fixed, and we need guys like us, Pump Fake Pod, TCE, freaking. I mean, Nate. I don't know, Hammer guy, whatever on Twitter. I mean, all these guys that have some sense of college basketball. Hammer's kind of a shrill a little bit, but I think we all can agree and come together that love college basketball and say they need to fix the scheduling problems. They need to maybe have more day games, at least in November, December, around the holiday times. They need to showcase them a little bit better as well, too. Let's make ESPNU actually ESPNU, please. Screw ESPN. All right, anyway, yeah, Eastern Kentucky, this line's down to 1.5 against West Georgia. Line feels a little telling, whatnot, but Eastern Kentucky off of a loss, in a good loss too against Queens. They fought hard. That was a fun game. I was watching that for sure. I did end up seeing eyes on that. Eastern Kentucky showed the Puerto Rican island what Eastern Kentucky Queens was. And how about my Hoosiers, baby? Let's go Hoosiers, baby. How can you not root for this team? They're a dynasty. Let them go 16-0. Guys playing freaking college football dynasty mode in Signetti. So absolutely embarrassed Alabama. I think Eastern Kentucky will embarrass West Georgia on the road. I'm not saying maybe by like 50 or whatever, but a 4-10 team laying points. I think Eastern Kentucky is just a little bit better than West Georgia. Definitely a little more battle tested. And now we get a West Georgia team off of a win that just scored 87 as well. And we see a lot of points here, but it does feel a little sketchy. This line is a little bit telling, but I will take Eastern Kentucky on the road and take money line for sure.
You're going back to the well with Eastern Kentucky?
I'm going back to the well of clay, basically. There's barely any water down there.
I was going to be on West Georgia on the money line.
They did cover against Queens, though. Eastern Kentucky did.
I was going to be on the West Georgia money line, but I think I just pivoted myself to the over 156.5. I think that's probably a better bet in my opinion, because I do think that West Georgia is going to be able to be competitive. Both of these teams are terrible defensively. I think West Georgia will be able to score at home, as you saw last game out, putting up 87 to Bellarmine. But, you know, if what you say is going to be true, Eastern Kentucky is going to be able to put up points as well. So I don't mind the over 156.5 rather than taking the stab at the West Georgia money line. But, man, this Eastern Kentucky team, I always used to love betting on them, but this year has been really tough for me to back the Colonels, but I'll just take the over here. I'll pivot and take the over instead of fading my Eastern Kentucky.
Hey, you know, Eastern Kentucky, they're a lot. They've played good teams, dude. Like, this is one of their – West Georgia's the worst team they've played D1 wise. Outside of that is Eastern Illinois on the road. Ratings wise, analytics bullshit wise, but you know, I mean, I think Eastern Kentucky's definitely down there, but like I said, I think they're battle tested, dude. If you look at their stretch from November 10th to December 3rd, there's not a bad game on that schedule.
No, for sure. And a lot of those
worst team is Northern Kentucky or Wofford on that schedule. So I don't know.
True. And you know, hopefully they'll get it figured out a little bit here in ASUN play, and we can kind of start to back them again. Particularly at home, I love backing them.
Yep. All right, let's keep it rolling. Oh my gosh! If you're in a coma 5 years ago and you come out and see Charleston Southern laying 5 against UNC Asheville, you'd be like, "What the hell?" But this Southern team is actually pretty good. This Asheville team is actually pretty bad. Lines up to 5.5. Do we see UNC Asheville's pick it up for the over a little bit? If anything, I'll lay it with Charleston Southern. It's not my favorite play. I don't really want to do that. And, you know, taking an over is always sketchy with UNC Asheville as well, with how slow they play and just how kind of abysmal they can be on offense. Now you have a good Charleston Southern team here. But I think they're going to be able to control pace. We see Southern overs constantly flying here. I'll take the over in this one for Charleston Southern and UNC Asheville. I think with two styles of play, we see Charleston Southern be able to control the tempo, and we just need Asheville not to just lay yet again another dud in Big South play. But I think we see one of these teams in the 80s, and that being Charleston Southern. And if Asheville can match, stay around that possession, we'll be just fine. So, yeah, I'll take the over here. Check the picks page, though, if I'm betting this one. I don't know yet. So I got to watch this line movement because we'll be done here at like 4 a.m. Eastern. So we'll be getting all the bets off then and on the sheet there for you guys. But this one, take a look at that one. Not my favorite.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Charleston Southern. I do think that at home they're going to be able to kind of push the pace. They're a really small gym. They're Buccaneer Fieldhouse. They're in Charleston. I could get behind that over with you as well. But I just think that UNC Asheville, I haven't been very impressed with them. Offensively or even defensively. I know they've been kind of unhealthy throughout the year, so hard to say when they're going to get healthy because I don't follow them like that closely. However, I just think that Charleston Southern's the spot here to lay it here at home. I think they can win this game by 6 or more, so I'll go ahead and take Charleston Southern there. And I know Danny, you said to beat Richmond could be a letdown spot, but they did have Gardner Webb went on the road, Gardner Webb to open up Big South play and beat Gardner Webb by 10. So I think that would have been kind of your letdown spot if there was any. Now you've got the conference home opener here with Charleston Southern. I like that, laying it with Charleston Southern here. And Jeff, since you're not going to see any second of this matchup, tell me who you would bet, because that means when you don't watch, they win. So bet it, and then I'll bet whatever you're betting.
Love the logic there. USC Upstate versus Presbyterian. Presbyterian's laying a point at home. Look at that. It looks like a freaking magazine, like Viking Conan warrior there for the Blue Hose. I love both of these teams. These two teams have been a dark horse for me this year, betting wise. Occasionally with USC Upstate and Presbyterian. Shit. I love both of these teams. I think they're very, very similar matchup wise as well too. But I think we see, I want to back the home team bad, but I think we see Presbyterian lay an absolute dud on offense. Doo-doo. They just put up 91 against True. Against True at McConnell. True. And I think that's tough to replicate against a USC Upstate that's pretty good on defense. They're off of 2 losses. Now we get an Upstate team who's in Big South. I never thought I'd be betting USC Upstate to start the year in Big South play, but they've been great. They've been fun. And I think this is kind of I was a little higher on Presbyterian to figure it out offensively, roster change, turnover-wise, and bringing back a couple pieces. I think this is kind of more of a turnover year for them, seeing them kind of lay it down to certain teams. And, I think this is going to be a close one. It's going to be a battle. Both these teams don't like each other. But I think USC Upstate goes on the road and gets it done. I will take USC Upstate against Presbyterian here. I will bet this too.
Yeah, USC Upstate, they're a team that I've loved betting on this year. However, I'm going to fade them here. I'll take Presbyterian at home, conference home opener for them. USC Upstate, they lost that home game to Radford to open up Big South play, so they're going to come out firing. They'll be come out pissed off after dropping that game. But I just think back in the Blue Hose at home is the right spot here. I think they're really going to be able to slow it down, kind of muck it up, And I think USC Upstate might struggle a little bit on the road here. So give me Presbyterian on the money line. I will battle you.
Battle. South Carolina battle here. Let's go. Lowell laying 2 against Albany. Oh my God. I actually bet on Lowell on a Saturday not too long ago, and it worked out well. But I don't know, man. I think Albany's a better team. We've seen Albany get their ass kicked recently. I think this is a good bounce back situation for them. But so I'll take Albany. I'm not going to bet this though. I think you don't know what we're going to get from both of these teams. Both of these teams can start hot, finish slow. We just saw UMass Lowell get their ass kicked twice in a row, off their win. Both these teams in kind of similar boats, similar losses. Their first loss and their second loss is an ass kicking against a much better team. So too much volatility in this one for me, but I'll take Albany on the road. No bet.
Yeah, I'll back the home team here. I'll take UMass Lowell on the money line, but no bet for me. Two very bad teams, but I will back the home team opening up conference play. I just think that while UMass isn't very good, I don't think Albany's very good. So I'll just take the home angle here and look for Lowell to get it done at home.
And we're both wearing all black because we're murdering the books tomorrow for sure. Binghamton, NJIT. Woo-wee. Oh man, I love Lavelle Sanders and whatnot, but I don't love betting Binghamton or NJIT this season. Although I have bet both these teams a couple times for how many bets that we do, it's kind of hard not to. This one's a stay away for me. I'll take Binghamton at home. Total coin flip game. Another one that's volatile. We don't know what we're going to get from both these teams. Binghamton for me at home. Better free throw shooting team. Get to the line more. No bet.
Yeah, I'll take Binghamton.
You betting this?
On the money line. I'll bet it.
Let's go. I'm in. All right. Fuck it. I'm in. That's all I need.
I was going to bet one of these games. I was going to either bet UMass Lowell money line or Binghamton money line. But I think it's a little bit telling that, Binghamton's laying the point. I mean, I know it's in JIT, but man, Binghamton has just been absolutely terrible. I mean, their only D1 win was at home against Lehigh in overtime. NJIT, favored on KenPom to win this by 1. So now you've got Binghamton laying. I think it's just a little telling. I'll back them, and I like the fact that, like you said, they're at home, but they're also the way better free throw shooting team. I think they can get it done in a close, competitive game. So give me Binghamton. Not to mention that they, get 29% of their points from the free throw line. Good for first in the nation. So if NJIT fouls, which middle tier fouling team, don't foul too much, but still. I think Binghamton can get it done at home.
Yeah. All right, I'm in. Let's go Binghamton for sure. Sometimes, a little peer pressure is a good thing. Can be bad, but this one's a good thing. Good peer pressure is Binghamton. And shout out our boy DBJ. Let's fucking go. At least he's joining. I didn't even really get to join from Puerto Rico, unfortunately. My internet was super bad. I had to go to a certain spot on the beach to drop my plays off. So it was an interesting lab situation. I don't know if I dropped a video shouting out the community. I was very drunk. I had like 6 pineapple or 6 like pina coladas out of a pineapple. So and it was like 3:00 in the afternoon. I got all my picks posted for the most part, and then I just blacked out and didn't post for the rest of the day. So it was a good time. Shout out Trevor for joining from his little friends miss there. So maybe we're on the big screen.
Trevor's in the bathroom. He's sitting to pee right now. So he's sitting to pee, as Brennan would say. But he's just on his phone in the bathroom, I bet.
Oh man! Hopefully we took over the Yule log in the late hour of the Friends Miss for sure. Get us on at your bar at least. South Dakota State's laying 7.5 against North Dakota. Over under is 150.5. North Dakota just played tough. Didn't they get a win?
Yep, win against Oral Roberts.
Oral Roberts, good
By
little
11
win
at home.
Yep, and now you got South Dakota State. They got a win at home as well too. Not too far of a travel spot. Got a good cover against Nebraska Omaha as well. I think we see South Dakota State go in there and kind of press them a little bit. I know on the road they're not the best team, but I think on the road they played up to competition. They went into Muncie, Indiana, of all places. Got my DNA all over it in there and in Muncie, and I think they only won by 4 against a terrible Ball State team. But this isn't a terrible travel spot for them. It's awful traveling in the Dakotas, but I don't love this to bet this. I'm not going to bet this. I'll lay it with South Dakota State. I think we see a letdown spot from North Dakota, but I don't love it enough to bet it. So no bet for me. I need to see it from South Dakota State going on the road in conference play first before I lay the 3 possessions with them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think South Dakota State, for me, I thought this is kind of a prove it game here in the Summit League, just to show that, hey, they're still at the top of the conference. Proven who they are. Them and North Dakota State, St. Thomas, I think will kind of be, battling at the top. So I think that this is kind of a, hey, we're still here. They played a pretty competitive non-conference, Utah Valley, Wyoming, Arizona, Milwaukee. So I don't think that they'll have any problem going in here and beating North Dakota. But I'm going to lay off of the bet. Like you said, I think they just need to prove it. So give me give me South Dakota State, but no bet for me, because I could see North Dakota being competitive in this game. But I just really do think that South Dakota State will try to, be able to prove that they're at the top of the conference. Or
I like Paul Sather too, North Dakota's coach. Familiar. Now we got a first-year head coach, Brian Peterson, there for South Dakota State. Definitely some familiarity, but and being under, but I don't love it enough to bet it, but I don't want to bet on North Dakota either. So let's go. Let's move on. Trevor's an IU fan now too, by the way. He loves betting on IU. How can you not? Football, that is. Hofstra laying points with Drexel against Drexel, laying 7. Over unders 136.5. Feels like a similar game here. We got Hofstra, who's won 5 in a row, dominated Campbell at home, got a last road victory against Syracuse on the road. I hate this Drexel team, but can randomly get up for games. But I would feel more comfortable laying it with Hofstra on the road versus South Dakota State against North Dakota. I know Hofstra has kind of been in a dominant position, so it's a little bit scary, I think, to back them here. But I don't know. I think Hofstra, they've already been to Philadelphia this year a couple times. And I don't think that it's worrisome at all. This line's down to 6.5 as well, too. So it's already moving in against us, but I'm not too worried about it. I think Hofstra gets it done. They win by about 8 to 12 points and ride the momentum. I was kind of down on this Hofstra team to start the season. They've proven me wrong for sure with this roster turnover. Whatever they got going in the locker room, it feels like Speedy Claxton has a hold of it. And, really 2 good defensive teams with how slow Drexel plays. I think offensively they're going to be a major issue to not cover this game. So give me Hofstra and the pride here. Lay it. 6.5. Bet it.
Yeah, I'll be on Hofstra as well. I'm probably not going to bet it. If I'm going to bet this, I'll probably actually go look at the under 136.5. Just for the point that you made. Both teams play super slow pace. Hofstra, really good defensive team. Drexel, on the other hand, not very good defensively, but they do play at a slow pace as well. So that's kind of why I would be on the Hofstra side. just because I've been kind of backing Hofstra all year, and they've been very profitable for me. So I'm not going to stop now. But it's kind of a big number for this team. So I'll look at just the under 136.5 as a possible play. So I'll wait to bet this, but I'll look at that Hofstra Drexel under 136.5.
Let's go, my man Rod Z back in the chat. Let's go. Got Hofstra with me. I like it. I like it. I like it. Hofstra's defense is going to swamp them. Tame the Dragon. DePaul's laying 2.5 against Xavier. Let's toss the pump fake. And the oop up to Elliott. What you got here, Elliott, with DePaul Xavier? You got to watch DePaul versus Villanova. I did not get to see that game. I didn't bet on that game. What you got in this one? Two poor Big East teams. Xavier's awful. I did bet on them against UConn at home. That was dumb. But I'm sorry. I can't believe it. So, yes. And, yes, we got Con Man. Thanks for the chat and donation. Happy New Year to you. Was missing the show. Random. That old intro was the best. Cardiac Kemba. Hey, stay tuned. We got it. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. We got good ones on the way. May the new year win you multiple units. Yes, it's been a good year to start off. So we'll continue riding it high. Thanks for that donation, Con Man. Thanks for supporting us in the chat. All right, Elliot, you got the Demons or the Musketeers?
I'm probably gonna back the away team here. I say unfortunately, but I haven't been too impressed with DePaul. They lost their first home game in Big East play by 18 to UConn. At first, at the beginning of the year, I thought maybe that they were going to be pretty good. They did get a win at Wichita State, which was a good win for them. But outside of that, they haven't really been too impressive when they've taken up a step up in competition. I think Xavier can maybe get it done and possibly win this outright, kind of like what they did with Georgetown on the road. I know that they laid an egg. I think both of us were on UConn or on Xavier against UConn. But I like Xavier here in this spot. I'll take Xavier plus the 2.5.
I'll battle you here. I'll go with DePaul. You betting Xavier? I missed it.
I don't know if I'm going to bet it. I don't think I can get to betting Xavier right now. They're not very good.
And yes, Tally, we are drinking as well too. Yeah, I don't know what team we're going to get from talk about volatility.
Yeah.
But I think DePaul, Chris Holtman, he could randomly get these guys up for this one. They got to win one. They got to win a few. They're a little better than they were last year. And now we got Xavier, who's already got a road victory against Georgetown. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm betting DePaul money line. Lay the juice. Sometimes you got to squeeze the juice for sure versus laying the points. Oh, Elliot, I think we just bring it right back to you because you're super hot. Kansas laying 4.5 against UCF, Big 12 expert. You taking the over of this, or what are we doing here?
Wouldn't take the over. If anything, I'd take the under. In these Kansas games, I like backing the under. They've been playing at a slow pace this year, especially with kind of the Darren Peterson struggles with his with his health and the cramping and the hamstring issue, calf issue, things like that. Didn't play against Davidson. I haven't seen any news about if he's going to play. I'm assuming he's going to play, but this is KU's first game since after break. UCF's first game since after break as well. So I really think that the under is actually probably the play here that I'm going to be on. I think both teams are going to kind of come out sluggish. You could even look at a first half under if you would like that better. But I just think that for KU to get it done here, they're going to need to, play good defensively. They're not going to be able to outscore teams at all. They don't really have very many offensive threats, especially if Darren Peterson is kind of hobbled. I know that, Melvin Council has stepped up, in the absence of Peterson, basically won that game at NC State on his own. But if I was going to pick a side, I'd actually be on the UCF side at the Bounce House. I just think that it's a tough place to play. If you remember last year, KU beat them by 51 at the Bounce House. And if I remember correctly, the year before that, KU lost to UCF at the Bounce House. So last year, I had called on the show that KU was just going to absolutely destroy them because that's what Self does after losing to these teams. And they sure did beat them by 51. But I like the under 153.5 here. I will bet that.
I kind of like the over, but I'm not. I'll root for you there. I think I'm gonna take you. I'm just gonna take Kansas. I'm just not gonna overthink it. I'm gonna go with the little. I like taking the bullshit sometimes. And now we get to see Kansas on a shorter spread. I did it tonight with Michigan State as well too, catching 2.5. I know it's a little opposite land catching there, but I think this is a pretty short number due to the fact that we don't know which Kansas team we're going to get. But I think Kansas has been able to run at pace at times, maybe more against the lower end teams, but I think they bounce back offensively and get it done. So I'll ride KU for sure. Bryant versus Maine. Let's whip it back out. Come on, one more time.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you,
we don't care.
Jerry.
I mean, these two teams are horrible. Bryant, great team last year. Now they just have fallen off. Maine, great team last year, but now have fallen off as well too. Maine's played some close games at times, but they've won 2 of their last 4 games. 2-13 versus 4-10. I want no part of this. I think Bryant stinks, though. Give me Maine at home. Tough environment. I'll take Maine plus the points. No bet. For sure. No checks the page on that. No bet at all.
Yeah, I will. I'll take Maine plus the points as well. No bet either. I don't really want to bet this because last time out they played Canisius at home and ended up losing that game by 27 to Canisius. But that was their last D1 home game. I know they beat Maine Fort Kent by 38 last time out, just after Christmas, right before New Year's. So I think they can get it done at home. I could see Maine winning on the money line, but I'll take the points. No bet. I don't really want to watch this game or even box score watch it for that matter. So give me Maine. No bet.
Let's go Maine. No bet. Navy laying points against Holy Cross. The over-under is 136.5. Navy's laying 5. Has this line gone up at all, or is it still the same? It is. I can't find it. Where is it? I can't find it. There it is. 4.5, 5.5. So shop around. Man, I know Navy can be very streaky offensively at times, but Holy Cross and Worcester is definitely a little better. They play at home up to pace and can run up tempo. They can play down to pace as well. I've been kind of impressed with Holy Cross this year at home, to say the least. I think we see this number just perfectly, though. Navy's defense scares me. And we can see Holy Cross go on massive scoring droughts at times, but at home, they've been able to manage it. I'll take Holy Cross plus the points. No bet.
Yeah, I agree. I'll take Holy Cross at home. They've been a lot more competitive at home besides that Dartmouth game where they lost by 25. But give me Holy Cross plus 5.5. I think Navy may survive and win this game, but it's only going to be by like 2 or 3, maybe a couple, maybe 2 possessions, but 5.5 seems like too many for me. I'm gonna wait to bet this though. It's gonna be kind of on my wait and see list, depending on how many bets I'll have. I'll kind of go back through and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean,
But
definitely. I think you definitely wait to bet it for sure. Yeah, I
Jeff in
don't
the
know.
chat, he's not
Oh,
going to be
sorry.
watching. He'd bet Holy Cross, so I might just have to bet Holy Cross.
Yeah, they've been a good darling for sure, as he said as well. But I'm just worried about Navy's defense here. I'm gonna no bet this one for sure. No picks page, check it. No, none of that for that. But check Elliott's because he's feeling a little Holy Cross here. Battle the Cats. Houston's going into Cincinnati. Over unders 133.5. Houston's laying 7.5. Elliott, Big 12 expert. You're riding the Big 12. What do you got here? You taking Houston? You taking a Cincinnati first half team total under? What are we doing here? At home, DraftKings has 6.5 available. See 8. It's already starting to move around 7.5, 6.5, 8.5. So it's all over it. So let's go. What do you got here for Houston, Cincy?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on Houston minus the 6.5. I think they're the far better team. Cincy, defensively they're good, but man, offensively they can really struggle. Houston hasn't been the same defensively, in my opinion, this year than they have in years past. But offensively, they've been able to play a lot better. But I think that I will. I'll take Houston to be able to outscore Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati will kind of struggle to score the basketball here, and I'll be on the Cougars to kind of start Big 12 play with a good. A good solid win to open up Big 12 play in Houston's path to repeat as Big 12 champions.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you here as well. I like Houston. I'm not going to take Wes Miller, regardless of how many possessions. I like the over here. As crazy as that sounds, I think with the slow style of play, I think we see a Houston team total over. So I'm going to ride another Houston team total play, but it's not the opponent's team total under or first half team total under. It is going to be Houston's team total over. I think they score in the low to mid 70s, just barely get over 70 points and gets it done. Over 70.5 team total for Houston. I think they win like 74 to 59 or 74 to 60 something. So, but yeah, I mean, I like laying it as well. But I think I'm going to ride with the team total over. I think they kind of dominate, and I just don't trust the full game over with Cincinnati's offense. So no, I think Houston can definitely get it up for sure. And hey. Yeah, I know I get it for sure. They're great graphics though. We had to use a different kind of system because Elliott, our boy Elliott, stepped it up. I think it's great though. Little good scoreboard vibes. Bowling Green laying 2.5 against UMass. Over unders 149.5. Frank Martin, your guy. UMass in the MAC too. I've completely spaced on that this season. That they were a full-time Mid-American, especially after they just played Eastern Michigan and lost on the road. Now they have a home game against a pretty good Bowling Green team, I would say. Bowling Green definitely surprised us this year. Had one of the better non-conferences out of these non-conference starts for some of these mid-major teams, but. I think Bowling Green's the better team, but this is a home team I'm going to take. I'm going to take UMass at home. I think that they can be a little feisty, and I know Bowling Green off of a loss is a little scary for sure because they've been pretty dominant. But I think they'll get it right. They'll figure it out by the end of the season, and and be one of the top teams in the MAC for sure. Maybe second or third or third or fourth or something like that. But I think Bowling Green's defense normally travels well, but Massachusetts defense can match them right away and really play defensively against Bowling Green's strengths pretty well. So I'll take UMass as a short dog plus 2.5 at home against Bowling Green.
Yeah, I'll take UMass as well. I'll back Frank Martin here plus the 2.5. I think that UMass, they've kind of struggled out of the gate to open up this MAC play. They've already dropped one game at home. I believe it was the Kent State, if I remember correctly.
Eastern Michigan, they lost.
Eastern Michigan, but at home it was Kent State. Yep.
Kent State. Yep.
So I think they respond here and possibly just win this one outright at home. To kind of desperate team a little bit. 0-2 in MAC play to start. I think defensively they'll be able to kind of give Bowling Green a little bit of fits, like you said. And I think that UMass can get it done. I'm getting 2.5, so I'll take it and I'll bet it.
Yeah, how about Miami, Ohio? Miami, Ohio, Akron. It's gonna be a fun one for sure. MAC play. You don't just walk into the MAC right away. You're not welcome that easily. Okay. In Northern Illinois, screw you. Dayton laying 8.5 against Loyola Chicago. Over unders 143.5. Oh God, is Loyola back? No.
Hey, I will say, shout out to Dede Ames, former K-State shooting guard, hitting that and 1-3 to give Cal the 1 point win. So I know a lot of people in the chat are talking about it right now, but
yeah, that was wild. Did not have a bet on that, but did have it on the screen. It was a good game. Dede Ames, baby. So Cal, a little feisty. I can't believe I want to back Loyola here. Is this falling into the soup a little bit early? I don't even trust Dayton to do this at home, to be honest with you. They just haven't been covering. They feel like they can play sloppy. Is this the randomly the Loyola that just gets up for A10 play kind of after just an atrocious start? Check the picks page if I'm betting Loyola, actually, but I'm going to take Loyola. I just don't think Dayton can cover these numbers as much, especially on the road, even though it is Loyola Chicago. The automatic fade train is over. Check the picks page if I do end up betting Loyola plus 8.5.
Yeah, I didn't bet Loyola last game out. I picked against them against Rhode Island. I stayed off of a bet on Rhode Island just because I was not, I need Loyola to prove it to me. They did prove it to me, won that outright. However, I'll pick Loyola, but I still can't be backing them with my hard-earned money here. Show me that you can get something done at home. They've struggled at home all year. Their last 2 wins came semi-home and on the road. So show me you can win at home, and we'll see what we can do to kind of start backing them here in A10 play. But it would be Loyola plus the points or nothing for me.
All right, yeah, check the page see if we're doing a CD bet like Loyola Chicago. Talk about CD. Georgia Tech's laying 6.5 against Boston College. Oh, I'd rather bet Binghamton for sure. I hate laying points with Georgia Tech, but I hate betting on freaking Boston College in general. Who wants to bet on Boston College, even if it is them taking the points there? I'm going to lay it with Georgia Tech. I think I am going to bet this. I'm going to lay it with Georgia Tech. I think we see them get up in Atlanta just a little bit. Both teams solid defensively. Boston College likes to slow it down. I don't think offensively Boston College is going to be able to keep up. We saw them barely get by Dickinson, Lemoyne. Now they're opening up ACC conference play on the road. Who loves laying points with Georgia Tech, but I feel like the line is just a tad bit telling for me. And seeing how Boston College continues to run, sicko for here, but I will lay it with Georgia Tech -6.5.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Georgia Tech -6.5. I will bet this as well. I think it's a nice spot for them. They played competitive game against Duke to open up ACC play. They're on the road, only lost that game by 6. We always like back in Georgia Tech as a dog, not as much as a favorite, but I think it's a good spot for them for us to back them here as a short favorite. I think that they can get it done. They probably end up winning this by double digits, in my opinion, against the BC team, who I'm not super impressed with. I think Georgia Tech gets it done at home and opens up their home conference play with a solid win and beats the Eagles by 10 plus.
Let's go. I'm in. Bzzz.
Buzz, buzz.
Vandy laying 11 or 10.5. Where are we at here now on this spread? I can never find these freaking games. Vandy is laying. I don't see a line. Oh, there it is. 10.5, 11.5 places. Shop around. Vanderbilt's been beating the hell out of these teams, kind of, but South Carolina can randomly be a little bit feisty here, for the most part, especially at home. All right, I'm gonna back South Carolina, but I think I'm gonna take them +6.5 first half. I think that they come out playing a little tougher in the first half versus a backdoor play here. I will take South Carolina first half +6.5. I think we see Vandy potentially dominate. So the first half is kind of an edge for me, where I think what we saw with South Carolina against like a Clemson and other teams that they've played, that they've just been a little more competitive in the first half. I think that continues and rolls over into this home game against Vanderbilt. But it's scary laying or fading Vanderbilt for sure.
Yeah, I'll be on South Carolina as well, plus the 11.5. I don't see. I mean, I can see why people would want to back Vandy here. They've just kind of been beating everybody pretty significantly, even on the road. But I think opening up SEC play, you got a 13-0 Vanderbilt team catching over 10 points. I'll back the home team here. This is one of those. I didn't back the system with home teams getting double digits against the Citadel, but that's the Citadel. I think South Carolina, they're not great, but I think they're more than good enough to keep this game within 10.5, 11. So I will be on South Carolina plus the points.
All right, let's go. Different ways. Hopefully they both hit. Ohio's laying 2 against Eastern Michigan. Yes, the transparent logo there. I love it. Look at the bird glistening on his beak. Eastern Michigan catching 2 against Ohio. Oh. I think I'm going to lay it with Ohio. I think we've seen Eastern Michigan's defense play pretty well at home, but this line's already down to 1.5 places. I think we're seeing Ohio pick it back up just a tad bit, and now Eastern Michigan just put up 80 against UMass at home. I think we see a little falter on offense. I don't love this Ohio team this year, but I think we're going to see just a tad bit bounce back offensively in MAC play. I think they open up strong in MAC play, so I'll just take Ohio on the money line, bite the juice a little bit, -130 on DraftKings, already down to 1.5 places. So they go into the George Gervin game above center and get it done.
Yeah, I'll take Ohio money line as well. No bet for me though. I'm just gonna kind of be scared off of this just due to it being on the road against the Eastern Michigan squad, who has actually been fairly
Good.
competitive. Beat UMass, like you said, at home. At home they haven't really. They dropped the one game against IU Indy very early on in the season, but since then have kind of been getting right at home. Even beat Oakland as well as UMass. So it'll keep me off of a bet, but I will take Ohio on the money line.
Yeah, and let's go Dubs here. Shout out Dubs. Just tweeted at us. Big day for Dubs. Yeah, shout out. Good start to the new year for sure. Let's keep it rolling. Good stuff. Oh, Buffalo laying. Was it still 9.5 against Ball State? Oh wow, this line's jumped down. 7.5, 8.5. People want that Ball State. They're like, why are you laying points with Buffalo so much? Well, have you watched Ball State play basketball? They're pretty bad. I'll let the line go down. I'm going to fade Ball State. Every time I fade Ball State, Muncie comes and shows out. So, it's kind of a good thing when you fade Ball State and you went to the school and you root for them and then they win. It's a little hedge on a little emotional hedge there. I'll watch the Buffalo line as it continues to drop, but I like them around 7.5. This Buffalo team's solid this year. I think they're 12-2 this year already. We've bet on Buffalo a ton. They've been a little cash cow for us, no pun intended. Give me the Bulls here. I'll wait to bet this though. Check the picks page. Let's get 7.5 for.
Yeah, I mean it's already 7.5 at -105. So still going down. I'll bet it at 7.5. But I'll wait because I don't. I'll wait and see what this line does. I just think Buffalo is the way better team here. I really like backing Buffalo, especially at home. So this is just kind of weird that the line's dropped pretty significantly here just within the last few hours or so. So give me Buffalo -7.5.
Yeah. And Ball State just scored 93 against Earlham College. So on December 29th, tough to replicate 2 games in a row offensively. Stetson, Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas is laying 9.5. Stetson stinks. The Central Arkansas team's kind of a little feisty. 6-8. They could be a little feisty in the Atlantic Sun this year. But I'll just enjoy and root for them in the background. You don't know, Stetson, who kind of likes to slow it down just a tad bit. When you have a Central Arkansas team who's been solid, riding the momentum, been solid against teams that I feel like are evenly matched to them. I can't lay that many points, but I know Stetson sucks, and Stetson pretty bad defensively. This game's gonna be won on free. This game's gonna be covered on free throws, which is a big problem for Central Arkansas. So that's a stay away for me. I'll lay it, no bet.
Yeah, I smell a blowout here. So I will be on Central Arkansas. I'll back them. I will bet this minus the 9.5.
Ooh.
I think that Stetson's defense piss poor, give up a lot of threes, and 36% 3-point defense. You got a Central Arkansas team who is about 50% of their threes, or 50% of their field goal attempts are from the 3-point line. 40% of their overall total points are from 3. They're at home. I think they're going to be hot shooting here at home. They already got a good win against Florida Gulf Coast to open up ASUN play at home. Now they play a team way less competitive in Stetson. I think they run away with it here. Maybe not quite like the Little Rock game, but it reminds me of the Little Rock game. Maybe more like the Eastern Illinois game where they won by 20. So I'll fade Stetson, back Central Arkansas here.
All right, that Stetson logo is fire, by the way. Just so you know, that little hat in the S. As much as modern logos have been ass, they got that one down.
They did.
They got that one down. The Central Arkansas logo is terrible too. It's like, did you make that on clip art? Like, what's going on here? All right, George Washington laying 16.5 against LaSalle. Over under is 152.5. George Washington is off of a 14-point win against Richmond on New Year's on the road. Put up 99. LaSalle is so bad, but they did only lose by 5 at home on New Year's Eve against a good George Mason team.
They were winning that game for a long portion.
Yeah, they were. They were up. I was watching that game a little bit.
They were up 9 with like 10 minutes to go. And then George Mason closed on like a 23-9 run.
Yep. I think I'm just going to back a George Washington team total over here for 83.5. I think they continue riding the high. I'm going to bet this now as this continues to climb. 83.5 on BetMGM. I know they just scored 99, but this is not unfamiliar to them. They've been able to replicate multiple scoring games, scoring 90, 100, 80 something points. And now they just need to score 84 against the LaSalle team, who I know plays low, plays a slow amount of possessions. But I think George Washington's going to be able to control this, even with LaSalle's sluggish pace. And, where LaSalle does best is getting those second chance opportunities, getting rebounds. And George Washington's a really good interior team. So I'm not too worried about them on both sides there on the ball. So, I want to lay it, but I think the team total over is just a little more enticing to me. And we're getting a little buy low spot there on the team total due to LaSalle's pace. So I will buy low. Give me George Washington, team total over 83.5.
Yeah, you talked me into that one. I'm going to be on it as well. I liked laying it here with George Washington also, but I agree. I think, gives us a little bit of a leeway spot, for the 16.5 backdoor cover if they're up by 17, 18, something like that. And LaSalle hits a meaningless 3 or a layup as time expires. I think George Washington will probably put up 85 plus. So, yeah, I like the George Washington team total over 83.5. I'll tell you on that one. Thanks for that.
All right. Hey, this is what we do. I've tailored you on a couple, so happy to push you, and sorry if it doesn't work out. But it
is what it is.
It will. We got a lot of games to bet. We're a third of the way down. 40 games, 80 games left. It's 1:45 in the morning here. I think we'll be just fine. I think it's just a great slate here. And it's one of the best ones. I love conference play. It's been such a fun season. Historically, you look at the picks page, picks history. January has been one of my best months betting wise, but it's been a hot start, November, December. So curious to see if there's a random regression and start a conference play, but don't care. We're going to find out. We're going to dive into it, bet 60 games. Have not had a bad losing day. I've had one bad losing Saturday. Where it was like I lost like 6-7 units. And then I had like one, the days that we lose, we lose like 1 or 2 units at a time when we're losing. And then when we win, we stack it up, betting a little disciplined and smart doing those half units still. But we may see an increase here in January just due to the hot start, but don't want to get greedy. The system is working. Tell you what system is working as well. Fading Longwood. They're horrible, but they won 3 in a row. They just got an 82-70 win. So, don't quite be completely out on this Longwood team. Now it's Big South play. Anything can happen. High Point got a good win against UNC Asheville. Do we fade Longwood off of the win? But I don't know. I know it's High Point at home, but for some reason this seems like a high number. I'll back Longwood plus 16.5. I like them in Big South play this year. I think that we get a good Longwood spot here where we already saw High Point cover at home just recently. And, still think High Point still wins by double digits, but I think it's just a little tad too high for me personally. Elliot, do we bet this now or do we wait? Unless you're betting High Point, you bet it now, I'm assuming. But I'd assume this kind of goes up potentially with people maybe betting High Point, but I don't know if it goes up a ton. But, yeah, I'm going to back Longwood here. And Helms, my man, let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Woo, Porter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the over here. I think I'm seeing 160.5, 159.5 out there as well. Mainly 160.5 now. Kind of that typical angle of if you like the you like the dog to be competitive. I think that maybe Longwood can hang in there a little bit. I just am really concerned. I mean, Longwood, they play with a lot of pace, but their offense is not very good. So I kind of wanted to just lay it with High Point. But I agree they could maybe be a little feisty, get up here. So I'll just tend to look at the over 160.5 instead. I think High Point's going to put up 90 plus. So if High Point puts up 90, we need Longwood 70. So I like my chances there. 159.5 on FanDuel for Jeff saying minus 106. So shout out to you, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Legend.
Yeah, I'll take the over 159.5. I'm going to bet that right now, actually, on FanDuel. So I will be on the Longwood High Point over 159.5.
Mildly DEI. Trevor says drunk.
Mildly, and he can't even spell drunk.
Let like and subscribe for sure. Hit that like button. I see minus 105 for Longwood right now, so I'm gonna wait till the end of the show to bet this one. Let's try to get like a 17. Just get a little bit extra grease. Just a little bit extra grease would be nice. Let's go. Let's go. Longwood. Lay it. Animal House on the TV in the background. Let's go. Just started. All right. Our Big 12 resident, freaking legend, Elliot Money. Now in his second full year on the Pump Fake Pod here. We know him well. He loves the Big 12. We got 2 Big 10 guys in the Big 12. I like the Big 12 too. I think it's been fun to always watch basketball wise. I think this game's one of the best games of the day too. I think we see a lot of these teams kind of a middle match team, kind of maybe overlooked just a tad bit, and now Baylor with all being in the news as well too. It's just interesting to me. Now we got TCU laying a point over unders 155.5. Are you licking frogs here, or are you hunting bears? What you got here? I guess that'd be if you're hunting bears. I don't know. Are you feeding the bears fish, or are you licking frogs?
No, we're gonna hypnotoad here. I agree with the juice in the chat. I'm just gonna take TCU here on the money line. I'll fade the little news of James Ncaa coming and signing with Baylor. Who knows what that means throughout the entire rest of the Big 12, but I think maybe it's going to take a little bit of a time to for him to get within the system and learn everybody. And I just think TCU at home, I like backing them, and I just think that Jamie Dixon will be able to get it done. At home, they're playing a lot better. We kind of were a little bit low on them after that tough struggle to kind of start the year, but they've really turned it around, looked very competitive. I mean, played basically the closest game against Michigan besides Wake Forest. They're at home, and so I expect TCU to get it done at home. They've already dropped 3 home games. I don't see them dropping very many more. I know Big 12 play can be pretty tough, but yeah, let's battle Helms. I'll be on TCU money line.
Yeah, I'm taking the over here, over 153.5. I think both these teams run at pace. I know defensively TCU is a juggernaut, but a lot of their stats and efficiency wise comes against these like low end teams, to say the least. You know, in these games that they've played up outside of the Michigan game, Florida 84-80. Notre Dame 87-85. So I think we see this tempo control it offensively, and Baylor, who's been able to score a ton. I'm not too worried about them. I like Baylor, but I don't know if I love them enough to back them quite yet. So I'm going to go with the over here, and I just think we see a good amount of points, and definitely it's a TCU spot over anything else, just because it's at home. But I do like the over. I think the pace is going to be able to run it. I think there's going to be tons of second chance opportunities. And, both these teams kind of like to go inside a little bit. So it is a little worrisome on the over, but I think due to that points distribution, we're seeing a little bit lower price on the books. I think we see this get closer to the 160s. And on the short spread, the foul game takes us over here. So give me the over 153.5. It jumped down 2 points, over 153.5. All right, North Carolina versus SMU. Over/under is 153.5. All right. We've seen SMU kind of like struggle a bit. We're almost out of the 2 o'clock slate. This is 2:15, by the way, start time. Man, it really wants me to back SMU, but for some reason, I feel like this North Carolina team has really gelled. And now we get them in a weird spot. This definitely seems like a chance for SMU to shine the lights, but we've seen them just stumble in those moments. And on these Andy Enfield coach teams last year, it was pretty evident. And they just missed the tournament due to just not being able to win those games. As much as I want to back them, this is one they kind of have to get, which is a little telling because they played Carolina, then they go to Clemson, then they go to Duke. But I'm gonna frickin' go popularity here and go with the crowd, I'm sure, and bet North Carolina on a short spread. I think this is a buy low spot for them. I think North Carolina's better, and I think we see this kind of phony dog yet again in SMU at home. And I'm not able to back them. If I'm wrong, more power to Andy Enfield and SMU. I think it'd be a great win for them and good for their resume to get this high-powered ACC this year, maybe a little on a resurgence basketball-wise. But give me the blue blood of this conference and UNC on the road against SMU.
Yeah, and I think, if you're going to bet UNC, do it now. I think,
I bet a money line now. Yeah, just money line.
The casual bettors and, all those people will come through and start betting UNC. So wait to bet SMU if you wanted to be on that side. Maybe you could get like a +2.5, +3.5, possibly. I already have a bet in this game. I actually bet this when I was making the slide. Over 153.5. I felt that was really low, and it's up to 156.5. What could go wrong? So I'll give it out at 156.5 on the show purposes. I'll put it on the picks page as the 153.5. That's what I had locked in, making the slides a few hours ago. So pays to do the slides, I guess, at sometimes get a little bit earlier number at a kind of an opening line. But I just think that SMU at home will be able to score, and I think North Carolina is going to be able to be super efficient offensively as well, and SMU really can kind of struggle to defend against kind of upper tier teams, giving up 89 to LSU, 88 to Vanderbilt. So give me the over 153.5. I still like it at 156.5 where it sits right now.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's going to go. We know what the pace SMU is going to run. North Carolina is going to have to match it. But, yeah, let's go. I mean, you got to be rooting for North Carolina to score. So, you'll root for me, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'll root for you too, brother. This Elliot and I are brothers. This man, I hit him with, hey, I'm not gonna be home till 9:30. Probably get started 11 or around 11:30. Or like you do half the slide, a little more than half. I'll do that. This man did them all. He did them all. I did like 5 lines. Put the lines in later. But this guy is a legend for doing that, stepping up. I owe him a beer. So go over. Tennessee, Arkansas, fire. This game is fire. We're out of the 2:00 slate as well, too. Down to 3. Give me the man. I hate going against this Tennessee team. They're kind of fun, but they've already had some good get up spots. This is Arkansas at home, true home game too, to open up conference play. So I'll go with the home team here in Fayetteville. You know, I think this Tennessee defense has been solid, but their one true road game was a loss against Syracuse, and I'd have to say Arkansas is just a little bit better. I think they're due for a good road spot, a good road win sometime in this January stretch, maybe against Georgia, Alabama, or Florida, one of those. But to start it off, you know, I think Tennessee is going to be really competitive. It's going to be a super close game. You may be able to get some live spots, but I'll take Arkansas on the money line at home. I think that they score in the low 80s. They run it up. FanDuel's got it minus 140, so I'll go ahead and take that before this. I think this number goes up just a tad bit with people betting Arkansas at home. But both of these teams scored in the hundreds. Arkansas, Tennessee, both battle-tested. They've played really good teams all season. So this is going to be a fun one. I just hope we get the home crowd here and that 6-man jumping. So give me Arkansas at Tyson Chicken.
Yeah,
chicken is terrible, by the way. It's disgusting.
I'll take another over here. Might not bet this one. I'm gonna wait on this, but I'll take the over. I'm seeing 157.5 right now. But I think that you know, we see Arkansas at home. They're going to play with a lot of pace, put up a lot of points, like you said, in the 80s probably. Tennessee, though, on offense, they've kind of been playing with a little bit of pace and can put up some points as well. So I think if Arkansas is able to score, they might be able to give up a little bit on the defensive end just because they are able to score at home. So I like the over here. I think we maybe see like a 85-80 type of a game, something like that. And I actually road tripped. I was just in Bentonville, Arkansas this morning. So I gotta be on Arkansas. Just dropped the girlfriend off at the Bentonville airport after New Year's and was driving through Arkansas, so got to be a little system play since I was in Arkansas this morning. Walmart money line.
Let's go Walmart money line, and yeah, Tyson Chicken. There's a lot of money in Arkansas, man. Damn. All right, Memphis. Oh my God, laying 8.5 against Rice. Over under is 143.5. Elliot, I know what you're doing here. You're probably taking Rice, but I'm not gonna bet Rice. I know this is Penny laying points, so it's our simple system. But Rice just got absolutely shelled last game, which potentially makes me like them more on a bounce back. But I don't know, man. I can't back Rice. I'll pick Rice plus 8.5 just due to the fact it's Penny laying this many points, but no chance I'm betting them. So no bet for me. Rice plus 8.5.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna take Memphis minus 8.5, but no bet.
All right, little spar battle there. Yeah, Rice is horrible.
Rice is terrible, but no bet. I don't want any part of this on either side. I will take Memphis. It's below double digits, so I'll lay it with Memphis here, but no bet. Don't want any part of this.
Who the fuck is betting this game? I don't know, man. Rice is terrible. Queens. Ooh, This line reeks. Queens is laying 3.5 against Bellarmine. Are people just thinking that Queens can't win the margin or what? I think Queens is a solid roster. I mean, Bellarmine, well coached. This line kind of reeks, though, man. I as much as I love backing Queens and taking Queens constantly, I don't know why this is enticing. That this line kind of is soft here, but there's no way I'm fading Queens here. Just who knows what we get defensively. Bellarmine's played really close games. Total coin flip for me. I'll take Queens. Check the picks page if I bet this or not. If it moves more, maybe I'll bet. I think this is Queens plays way too many close games. Bellarmine's really found efficient offensively wise, have been able to run and gun and score. So I think it's going to be a lot of points as well. Obviously with the over under being 169, but yeah, check the page if I bet Queens at home on a bounce back, even though they won.
Yeah, I'll take Queens as well. I was looking at maybe the Queens team total over, just because Bellarmine's defense is just absolutely atrocious. Queens offense, they're good at putting up points. So I thought about maybe looking at taking that angle potentially. So if I'm going to bet it, that'll probably be what I end up betting. So looking at the team total, it is 86.5. I don't mind that. I think that they can put up 90 here against the terrible Bellarmine team, but I'll wait to see. I'm going to take right now Queens minus 3.5. But yeah, I'm with you. Kind of a weird spot.
Yep. Check the page for me. All right, Toledo's laying 8.5 against Central Michigan. Over under is 159.5. Interesting here because Toledo is pretty dominant, and Central Michigan, who we like their roster, but they just haven't really been executing lately. I think Central Michigan is really found it as really just whatever's going on with their roster. They looked good on paper, but whatever's going on in that locker room, it's something's up with Central Michigan. I don't love laying points on the road this much, but I think Toledo's solid. I think they can score a good amount of points, kind of run it up on them. So I'll take the team total over for Toledo, 83.5.
Yeah, I'll just lay it with Toledo. However, I'm not going to bet this game with Toledo being on the road and this at this 8.5 number. Don't feel super confident in it. So no bet for me, but I will pick Toledo minus the 8.5.
Yeah, I like the team total over just due to the fact that Central Michigan fouls a good amount. But I know Toledo's not the best free throw shooting team, but whatever. They can get to the line with the amount of Central Michigan fouls. So I think they can get over that number for sure. They don't turn the ball over either, so they can maximize possessions. I like it. All right. Florida Gulf Coast, North Alabama. This game's fire. Over under is 151.5. Let's pass it to your guy Tony Poole. What you got here for? Are you going with the pride of the Lions, or are you soaring with the Eagles?
Well, I mean, both teams are off losses. Florida Gulf Coast lost to Central Arkansas, and North Alabama lost at home to Stetson. So that also makes me even like that Central Arkansas play even more because Stetson just got that road win at North Alabama. Now they're going into Central Arkansas. But I don't know what to expect for, kind of a clash of styles. North Alabama's offense is very piss poor. They play at a super slow pace. Florida Gulf Coast, on the other hand, they like to run with a little bit of up-tempo style of play. I'll take the home team, North Alabama, plus the 2.5. I think they're a little disappointed dropping that home game to Stetson. Think that they can respond well here. I know Florida Gulf Coast dropped a game, but that was on the road against Central Arkansas. So they're going to stay out on the road. North Alabama, I think they'll come out and play a little pissed off dropping that home game. But I don't want to bet this game, so I'll just pick North Alabama plus the 2.5.
Yeah, I like North Alabama plus 2.5 as well. I don't think this Florida Gulf Coast team, with Pat Chambers defensively has been up to speed. But both teams defensively kind of scare me. But at home, catching points, I like it. Check the picks page though to see if I bet it. There's too many games out here. I need to. This is making the final list, but it's not going to make an automatic bet yet and bet right now. So, but give me North Alabama. I think they can do it at home for sure. I like the short dog at home. Arkansas State's laying 8.5 against James Madison. This seems like a pretty big number, but James Madison really is disappointing this year. 0-2 to start league play. Now you got Arkansas State 2-0. Has already had a big win offensively, but just put up 107 points. So kind of worried about Arkansas State to score a good amount. I'll lay it with them. No bet.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Arkansas State as well. James Madison, they just got beat by almost 30 at Arkansas. I'm assuming they probably stayed out in Arkansas and didn't travel all the way back to Virginia between Monday and now. I don't know, but that could be beneficial for them possibly if they stayed out there, kind of in Arkansas. But I just like this Arkansas State team. You also look at was just kind of looking at Rhythm, seeing what Rhythm thought, and I know it's a little juicy price, but if you're looking for like a 3-team money line parlay or something like that, a parlay piece would be Arkansas State money line. Got a win chance of 81.6%, and then this has hit 7 of the last 10 off of the models. So gives you that parlay piece confidence. So high confidence leg. So Arkansas State money line could be a good little money line leg to put in for any of your money line parlays possibly. But yeah, I'll lay it. But no bet for me at the number of 8.5.
Fire. Best game of the day right here, potentially. Akron, Miami, Ohio. Akron laying 2 against Miami, Ohio. Over-under has, I think, shot down as well. Let's see. This game's at 3:30 Eastern. Yeah, under's 174.5, up to 2.5 places. Oh, man. I love it. This game is one of the best of the night. And shout out Tommy B. Woo! $20. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the work.
Tommy.
Discussion will be interesting. Akron getting points on road to undefeated Miami, Ohio after Miami crushed BG. It'll be interesting for sure. And now you get a 14-0 team against a 10-3 team, and 14-0 is laying or catching points at home. This is crazy. I know this is crazy, but I like Akron to win, but I think the under is a play. I'm going to go with the Steam that already bet these opening lines and take the under 174.5. I think this is a little crazy, but Both teams run at pace, score super efficiently. It's an automatic over, right? But we see this all the time with high-scoring teams where on these bigger games that they want to run their most efficient kind of sets, not just kind of run and gun type scenario. And we know Akron's able to score 90 pretty consistently, and unders aren't always the smartest play. But when they've gone up to speed against these high-paced tempo teams like a Miami, Ohio, that can shoot really efficiently, the under has been able to be profitable. So we just really need – I mean, we saw a 96-66 game from around the same number for Michigan, USC. But that was a 20-something point spread. Now we got a shorter spread here. So they want both teams to basically score 90, essentially. And I think we get low 80s. Number just creeps under in the 160s. And Akron gets it done and spoils Miami's undefeated start. But if Travis Steele proves me wrong, more power to him. I don't want to be betting on a side due to the fact that they're both great teams. And, I think there's both two good storylines here. You got your Akron MAC powerhouse going into Oxford and has a lot on the line. Oxford 14-0. Travis Steele's got these guys rolling another 2 years in a row. But I think this game goes under due to the fact that these are two powerhouses willing to play. I think we see defenses step up here as well. So give me the under 174.5.
Yeah, I'm going to be on Miami of Ohio here. I'm going to continue to back them. They haven't lost me money yet this year, I believe. Even when I faded them against UNC Asheville, they decided to go up 20 and then let Asheville back in the game for the legendary cover. But I think we battled. Can't remember. Miami of Ohio, one of those games we battled. I took Miami of Ohio on the money line on the road, and they came through for me. I'll take Miami of Ohio plus the 2.5. I think they're hot. They're playing really good. You got a team also we're gonna do a Trevor cap. This Akron was the one that they lost in the championship game to Akron last year. So you've got a bounce back spot for them. Akron ended their season. I don't read too much into that, but that's a Trevor cap, so we know what he's going to be on for sure. He'll be on Miami, Ohio, and brotherly love here with Travis Steele and and John Groce here. So. Fun game. I'm sure it'll be talked a lot about. I'm excited to really watch this game. I think I'll just love to back the home team here, getting the points. I know it's a little bit concerning because the 14-0 team is the one that's getting points rather than laying points. But I think Akron is, a household name, and I think the books are giving them that. But yeah, I don't mind the under either. It just takes one team to be a little stinker. Or it takes, 5 minutes of the game of, nothing to go in for 5 minutes. Obviously, these coaches both know each other well. You look at last year's game, 77-74 was the final score in that MAC championship game. So, yeah, give me the Red Hawks.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm cooling. A little tired, but we getting there. Anyway, Texas State. Oh, UL Monroe. Sorry, I know UL Monroe is terrible, but laying points with Texas Southern or Texas State on the road is, in general, this season has not been profitable. I will lay it with Texas State. No bet, due to the fact that UL Monroe is terrible.
Yeah, UL Monroe is terrible, and they also played out of their minds against K-State last time out as well. So, they just put up 85 against K-State. Now they come back home and they've already dropped 3 games at home in Sun Belt play. So now they're playing their 4th straight home game. I'll take Monroe plus the points. No bet for me. Desperate team here. Starting out 0-3 in conference play. All of them coming at home so far. So I expect them to probably drop another game at home, lose their fourth straight home game in conference play. But yeah, I think I'll be on the home team here plus the 8.5. No bet for me. 7.5, I guess, is what I'm seeing now. So
yeah, no bet. Get the hell out of here. Bethune's laying 8.5 against Florida A&M. You love Bethune. You had Bethune winning, I know. Conference play. It's already up to it's down to 7.5. I mean, I'll pick. I think it's too many points. I'll pick Florida A&M plus 7.5. No bet.
I'll take Bethune here. Minus the 7.5. I don't love it though. I think I like Bethune. But I'm not going to get there with a bet. So yeah, give me Bethune minus the 7.5. No bet for me either.
All right.
Bar.
Georgia Southern versus Old Dominion. Old Dominion. This line is Reeky. Georgia Southern. Hot. They find ways to win, whether it goes to overtime or not. 11-5 going into 4-11. 4-11's laying points. As much as I love betting teams like this, Georgia Southern has been my darling this season. Thank you. Been solid. But I think Old Dominion has a serious chance to win this game. The books do too. So I will go with the over here. Georgia Southern overs have been profitable. I know they just had an overtime game that was in the high 80s where it maybe shouldn't have gone over, but went over. But outside of that, Georgia Southern has not been afraid to score above 90 as of recent. And now we get Old Dominion, who, isn't the best offensively, but has shown up at times and picked it up. And Old Dominion can run at pace as well. And both teams being super low efficiency-wise on defense, I think this game goes over. We see it in the 80s for sure. I'm taking the over 159.5 for Georgia Southern, Old Dominion.
Yeah, I like that. I think I'll tell you on that one. I was gonna go with Old Dominion just on the money line, but I feel like if they're gonna hang around and they're gonna win this game, I think it's gonna be a high scoring battle here. So I'll agree with you. Another one that I'll tell you on the Georgia Southern Old Dominion over 159.5.
I love it. Let's ride, brother. All right. Oklahoma, Ole Miss. Oklahoma's laying 5.5 against Ole Miss. Over under is 148.5. Oh, man. I feel like the one time we don't back or we go against Ole Miss,
they rout Alcorn State.
They get up for random stuff, yeah. But this line's already jumped up. It's up to 7.5. I like Oklahoma here. I think this Ole Miss team is broken. Chris Beard can't even get a hold of these guys, really. Something's going on with them. I think Oklahoma gets it done at home. And offensively wise, Ole Miss just can't keep up. I don't trust Oklahoma's defense as much, but I think offensively wise, going up against an Ole Miss team that just struggles, they'll put up enough points to cover the spread. So give me the Sooners minus 7.5.
Yeah, I'll take Oklahoma minus 7.5. It's a little bit too high for me to bet this, though. I will say another one of the parlay piece options, verified by Rhythm, looking like it's got a 77% chance to win. It's won 8 of the last 10. So could look at that as another little money line parlay piece for money line parlay to get you through Saturday.
I love it. And I'm going to fucking tout here because I just did the math, put some stuff on my phone. Up 47.26 units this season, 20-11 in January to start off. So good start to January. Got some units, house money to play with. We're going to play with this and ride Oklahoma for sure. And I love that Ole Miss logo, though. That game was awesome, by the way. So shout out Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah. That game was a banger of a game. I was watching that. We were playing a card game with my family, and then the card game kind of got a little postponed for about 20 minutes because the game got so intriguing that everybody was just watching that instead of playing the card game.
Because what game wasn't intriguing before? Out ass route. And your 11th Christmas of the year. Duke laying 15.5 against Florida State. Over under is 161.5. You got Duke, who just is drilling teams. This line's already down to 14.5, 15.5 places, by the way. We saw Duke kind of, after their loss, get a little slowed up. They kind of got a little exposed. Film showed out on them, but I think this Florida State team is really bad defensively wise. But I think this number is just a little bit tad too high, especially on national TV. I think they'll be getting up. But with the pace that Florida State plays, I think we see Duke get back into those high numbers here. So I'll take the team total over for Duke against a fast-paced Florida State team. I like the full game over, but a little worried about how Florida State can score. But I think at home they could pick it back up. But defensively, they're a huge issue. So I'm going to ride with the Duke team total over 89.5 against Florida State and Tallahassee.
Yeah, I will. I like the Duke team total over as well. I was just going to possibly look at just the over in the full game. But I don't mind it. I'll just stick with what I'm comfortable with, and I think I'm more confident in that Duke team total over that you had stated. I'm not going to bet it though. I'm seeing 89.5. So yeah, I see Duke score 90. So give me Duke team total over 89.5. Probably not going to bet it though.
All right, root for me. Stony Brook versus Ncaa. Stony Brook's laying 5.5. I do like Stony Brook at home. A&T off of a loss, though. But it is Stony Brook at home. I think they're a solid team. But I am worried about Ncaa A&T off the loss there in a road spot. This game's on Flow Sports. I'm not betting it. I don't, 4 losses in a row. Now you're back at home. I think Stony Brook definitely can get it done. I like the cap there, but Ncaa does a good job of getting to the line, which could be an issue to cover. I'll lay it. No bet. And we were at the 4 o'clock window officially, 4 o'clock Eastern. A lot of games in the 4 o'clock Eastern window and 4:30.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Stony Brook as well. No bet for me though. I think Stony Brook should be able to get the job done. I could maybe add them as a little money line piece potentially. They've lost 4 in a row. Last time out at home, they lost to Albany by 16. Have dropped their first 2 conference games on the road against Hampton and William and Mary. So now they get their first conference home opener. I'll back the Stony Brook here, but 5.5 seems a little high for me, so I will lay off of a bet.
All right, Arizona, Utah. Arizona's laying 18.5. Over under is 162.5. Ugh. I mean, Arizona's dominant. They've been dominant, but something about Utah can be weird, but I think Arizona's defense is going to travel just fine into Salt Lake. I'll lay it here with Arizona, but I don't think I'm going to bet this one. I think we could see a massive backdoor here for Utah and the running Utes. So I'll lay it. I think Arizona is one of the best teams in the country, one of those kind of automatic teams. But this feels like a weird backdoor spot to me. I'm getting weird feelings about it. So I'm not going to bet Arizona, but I will pick and lay it.
Yeah, on the simple principle of what Michigan did to USC tonight, I'm going to back Arizona minus the 18.5, but I really don't want to bet almost 20-point favorite on the road to open up Big 12 play. So I'll lay it with Arizona, but no bet for me.
And sorry, I should have passed it over to you for a Big 12 resident over there, but completely forgot this was a Big 12 game. I mean, what the hell are we doing? All right, Nichols versus East Texas A&M. Nichols is laying 7.5. I think it's too many points. East Texas A&M is pretty good. Didn't Nichols just have their just had a home win, right, or a road win, right? Quote me on that, but this line's jumped up. It's already up to 8.5. I do think Nichols is solid at home. This is a team that is found a run after getting their ass kicked consistently to start the year against good teams. But now they've played down the competition. They're 4-0 in conference play. I think it could continue potentially, but I'll take East Texas A&M plus the points. But I'm not betting this. I'm not putting my money on East Texas A&M on a big Saturday. I'd save that for like a Monday, Thursday, Friday sitch. So get out of here with that. I prefer to bet on them at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So give me East Texas A&M plus the points. I'll let it climb. Put it on the pick sheet, but no bets. No bets.
Yeah, East Texas A&M, they really screwed me a few days ago. I bet them against Stephen F. Austin, and they just got absolutely routed at home. They've already won once on the road in conference play, beat Sela. This is kind of an interesting spot. This will be their third game this week. Same with Nichols. So I kind of I'll spar with you. I'll take Nichols minus the 8.5. Way too many points, I think. If this was maybe 4.5, 5.5, I'd feel confident in betting Nichols, but I just don't like it up at the 7.5, 8.5 range. So no bet for me. But I will back Nichols at home, like you said, 4-0 in conference play. I'll back the better team at home.
Good sparring there for sure. Howard already laying 9.5 against South Carolina State. Over/under is 140.5. I think we put Howard in a moneyline parlay piece or lay it. South Carolina State's horrible. I know this is Howard on the road. On the road is kind of tough for me personally. But to open up play, they got 2 road games in a row against UMez and South Carolina State. So I'll take Howard. I gotta find a bet. I have not bet on the 4:00 slate yet as well, but I'll take Howard. I think that they can win at margin, but can we find a little moneyline parlay piece with them? Maybe find like a high minus 180 or something like that with that or something.
Yeah. I don't mind that. I think that they win this game. I'll lay it with Howard as well. No bet for me. High number on the road. South Carolina State is absolutely awful though. So if you're betting them, I wouldn't. I would just kind of just stay completely away from this game because I wouldn't trust South Carolina State even if they are getting basically double digits. Haven't gotten a single D1 win all year. But 9.5 is kind of a lot.
Yeah. I'm kind of just more itching to bet a game in the 4:00 window, but we got plenty of games.
Plenty of games. We're good.
Yep, I just haven't found one yet. That's 5. I'll look for a money line parlay piece with Howard. South Carolina State's terrible. Furman laying 9.5 against Western Carolina. This is a true home game. Furman is laying 9.5 for a reason. Furman off of a good win against Mercer, but Mercer did cover. Woo! Furman, again, finding stride in conference play. That's what they kind of do and ride the momentum. This Western Carolina team, I think, was in a major turnover after Montavious Woolbright and just the massive team that they had, and that's been a couple roster turnovers for Tim Kraft in the new season. So or new coach, new whole era. I think they struggle on the road here. I'll lay it with Furman. I could be talked into a Furman team total over. I think the Paladins are going to be solid at home. They just kind of played a tough game against Mercer, and now they get to open up conference play against a team that I think they're just much better than. I'll lay it with Furman here. I think that the home crowd is going to be. The crowd, not that maybe the best, but the home environment itself, they seem to do well there. And I think Furman's really found their stride consistently, and I'm going to continue riding their momentum. I'll lay it with Furman, minus 9.5.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'll lay it with Furman, minus the 9.5 as well. I will most likely bet this game. Again, another parlay piece if you're keeping track that Rhythm's got this at 82.6% chance of winning. Winners of 7 of the last 10 here. So the parlay pieces so far, Arkansas State, Furman, and Oklahoma.
Yes, sir. Let's go Furman. All right, Marshall laying 6.5 against Appalachian State. Over-under's 139.5, so obviously slower pace playing App State. Marshall, this line's already up to 141.5 as well for the over there. Marshall did not look good against Georgia State, man. They just couldn't find a way to get ahead. And now you get an App State team that's going to play like a really big slugfest, slow it down, which I think Marshall's going to be able to eat that up. And when we see sometimes App State gets turned over a little bit, like a Georgia State only putting up 63, and I don't think App State's defense is going to be able to prevail as much here for the over or for an App State's favor. So I think Marshall's going to come out a little ticked off, a little piss in their vinegar, and step it up a little bit, and a little vinegar in the piss, and come out feisty. I think Marshall can swamp App State on the lower total. Give me Marshall minus 6.5.
Yeah, I like the Marshall side as well. I will follow the line movement though, and I'll just back the over 141.5 here with that App State in the Marshall game, App State Marshall game. I like the over 141.5. I think that we'll see the pace be set by Marshall, play at a little bit faster pace. App State, fresh off that game where they just scored 81. So that's a little concerning with how slow they play and how not very good their offense is. I do worry that App State shoots only 61% from the free throw line. So, if Marshall does foul, which they do foul a lot, that could be an issue if App State doesn't convert from the line, especially on the road. But I like the over here. I also like Marshall minus 6.5. I don't know. Are you pretty confident?
All right, all right. No. Let's sound this out together, brother.
Are you confident in Marshall?
I'm more confident in them scoring. I looked at the team total over. It's 74.5, 73.5.
Let's do that.
If we both like Marshall and you like the over, And I'm not as confident with App State after they just scored 80 as well.
Yeah, let's do that. 73,
Brother.
74 and a half.
Brother. Nice. All right. I like that. That was smooth-ish. Let's go, Marshall. Team total over. Utah Valley versus Abilene. Utah Valley's laying 7.5. Over-unders 141.5. You know, I don't know which Abilene we're gonna get, man. We always see Abilene kind of show out sometimes, and then they are better at home. But Utah Valley, man, has been able to just kill teams at times, whether they're at home or on the road. And they're on a good winning streak. Abilene just lost to Utah Tech. I can't back them. I'll take Abilene plus the points. No bet.
Yeah, I really want to bet Abilene, especially after losing to Utah Tech by 15 at home. Just got absolutely embarrassed.
Right.
But I'm not going to. I'm going to stay away just because you're right. Utah Valley is a really good team. They're really solid. So I'll take Abilene Christian. And I don't mind. Looks like Alvin is on the under in this Utah Valley game against Abilene Christian. But yeah, I'll take Abilene Christian plus the 7.5. No bet for me. I was just looking on Rhythm, and if you wanted to keep track of the parlay pieces, Utah Valley money line is another parlay piece. Win chance of 80%, hit in the last 9 of the last 10 games. So another parlay piece that you could possibly add.
East Tennessee State's at home, laying 5.5 to Mercer. East Tennessee State just beat up on the Citadel. Mercer played a close game on the road at Furman. You know I love East Tennessee State at home, my man. You know I do. I love them. Their defense is solid. They've been able to do so good. And, they contain teams, especially at home. So I think, this is East Tennessee State at home, but this is also fucking Mercer off of 4 losses in a row. Basically, 4 D1 losses in a row, that is, after winning against Baptist of Florida 122-49. But I think Mercer will be just fine. I think offensively, this is a battle of offense versus defense, which I normally would take the home team, especially East Tennessee State here at home. But I'm going to go against the grain here of what I normally do with ETSU at home. I think offensively they're going to struggle. I think Mercer can kind of pick them apart, shoot efficiently, and Mercer doesn't really turn the ball over. That's East Tennessee's strength, is trying to get out in the transition and score. So yeah, give me Mercer here, plus 5.5. I think they get it done, and they can keep within 2 to 3 possessions here. I don't think this number is going up, so yeah, I'll take the 5.5 here. So I think they're going to be content in this game consistently. I see 6.5 on Fanatics. I'm not on that book, so if anyone's got that book, then you like Mercer, go there.
Yeah, I'll be on Mercer as well. I'll take the +6 over there on Fanatics. I think you're kind of spot on with that. I feel like that's just too many points. I think Mercer is going to be able to be competitive in this game. If East Tennessee State wins, I think they do so by 2 to 4 points. I think it's going to come right down to the wire. I know generally they're a lot better at home, but I just really haven't been too impressed when I've watched this East Tennessee State team this year. They have gotten up a little bit at home and kind of laid out some teams, but not as good as Mercer. I mean, you look Morehead State, Louisiana Monroe, Central Arkansas, all worse than Mercer. I just think in a conference game here in SoCon, we're going to get a close competitive battle. So I will take the dog here in Mercer plus the 6.
All right. Texas A&M laying 4.5 against LSU. Over-unders 166.5. We get Bucky. Little Bucky ball against LSU here. This is Texas A&M's conference opener, correct?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't love Texas A&M laying points, but especially on a coach's start to SEC play. But I feel like LSU's kind of fallen off just a tad bit from where they started. And they're 12-1. Don't get me wrong, but their schedule's nothing too impressive. Where
I mean, really the only two inside top 100 are Texas Tech and SMU. Got smoked by Tech, ended up beating SMU, but we've talked about SMU earlier when they haven't looked very good when they've stepped up in competition. I think you're on the right side here in Texas A&M. They're definitely more battle tested. I will say it's a little confusing because Texas A&M lost to SMU in overtime, so transitive properties tells you LSU. But Ken Palm's got this as a 1-point win for Texas A&M. The Lions at -4.5, kind of maybe a little telling as well. I was looking at maybe like a LSU team total over angle because I think Texas A&M will be able to score a lot, but I just think Texas A&M at home. I'll back them. I'll take the -4.5.
I'm going to do the parlay piece here with Howard. Texas A&M and Howard gets it down to -118. So I like that. Gets down to a little even money. Look for the 2-team moneyline parlay pieces. They've been working out lately. I like doing them more in conference play versus non-conference play. A lot of less variance in conference play for the most part. We'll see. Could be variance in this game. George Mason is still 7. Yes, I believe 6.5. 7.5 places, 6.5. So shop around 6.5 on Caesars. Now we get Rhode Island off of a loss to Loyola Chicago. I'd say that they can bounce back, but it's good seeing George Mason not have a freaking massive number. I feel like they've had these massive numbers because we've seen them cover a ton, and defensively they're just not as up to speed this year as they were to last year's team. But if there's any team to do it against, it's an Archie Miller team that's in a losing drought and just struggling offensively for sure. I don't see them bouncing back here. I think Arkansas. George Mason can bully Rhode Island and get their defense kind of back up to speed where they wanted it to. Giving up 80 points to Loyola, only beating Penn by 4, LaSalle by 5. They need to find a win where they're dominating and get a dominating win. And I think this is a good team to do it against. I will lay the 6.5 with George Mason.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that they respond well. They survived the scare against LaSalle. Last time out, they hadn't really won by margin the last few times out against Loyola and Penn. They're at home, but I think Rhode Island's a team that they can really lay it on. So I will. I'll bet George Mason minus the 6.5. I think George Mason ends up winning this by 10 plus.
Jackson State laying 3.5 against Alcorn State. I'll lay it with Mo Williams here. I know that they're 1-12 and they're laying points, but it's a good 1-12. You know, they've played some good teams. They've played up the competition. Both these teams have. This is their time to turn it around in the SWAC. I'll lay it with Jackson State. No bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty telling. I mean, I know that Alcorn State's 1-11, so 1-11 versus 1-12. We got a freaking banger here, and SWAC play to open. I always love looking at the records as they head into conference play. That's when you get your 14-17 team winning the conference and going to the tournament with an under 500 record. But yeah, I'll back the home team here, Jackson State. I don't want to bet this though, but they do shoot the free throw really well, which I think will separate. With Alcorn State only shooting 63% from the free throw line. So yeah, give me Jackson State, give me the Tigers to take care of business. Mo Williams and company at home.
North Dakota State's laying 13.5 against Oral Roberts. Over under is 147.5. Oral Roberts stinks. North Dakota State did have a 13-point win against South Dakota at home.
23-point win.
23-point win. Sorry. Oral Roberts is pretty bad. They've been in North Dakota for quite some time. I think they're ready to go home. Give me an Oral Roberts team total under. I think North Dakota State's defense shows up here. Check the picks page, see if I bet that, though. Not as confident on that. Especially with the 13.5. I'm not laying or touching the spread.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That'd be kind of one of the only ways that I would maybe attack this game is that team total under for Oral Roberts. I think, like you said, they've been in North Dakota for a while. North Dakota State's defense is really good. At home, they seem to be able to shut teams down. I mean, they only give up 61 points to a good South Dakota offense. So that's probably the way I would attack it. I'll lay it with North Dakota State. No bet. I'm probably wouldn't bet the team total under either. I just don't really want any part of this game. But I'll take North Dakota State minus 13.5. Back them at home.
Love it. Samford, UNC Greensboro. UNC Greensboro is so bad, dude. Samford laying 2 against Greensboro. Over under is 147.5. I think an over definitely a potential, but I don't love any of these sides personally. I think UNC Greensboro, we don't know what we're going to get. And then Samford the same way, especially Samford off of 4 wins in a row. I think they've really found their stride offensively. And UNC Greensboro off of a win against Chattanooga as well. I like Greensboro at home, but with how Samford just doesn't turn the ball over, they still, they kind of run a little bit fast at times, but kind of run more in sets, but still shoot a ton of threes, where UNC Greensboro struggles to defend. So I'll take Samford on the road here. I think I will bet this. I'm going to bet Samford on the money line on the road here.
Yeah, I'll take Greensboro at home. They've already gotten a good win at home against Chattanooga. I know Chattanooga is not all that they're cracked up to be or that they used to be. Samford, back-to-back away spot. You got UNC Greensboro, second straight home game in conference play. I think they open up SoCon play with 2 wins, and they get a good win here. I'll take it plus the 2. Just in case. But then I think they get humbled when they go on the road and play Wofford and East Tennessee State. So give me the Spartans plus the 2.
All right, we're battling. Delaware State laying 9.5 against maybe the worst team in the country, especially for our good friend Benedict Handel thinks it is in his rankings. Over-under is 141.5. I got a bet for you.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
We don't care.
Jerry.
I'm not taking Coppin State. I will lay it with Delaware State. Absolutely no bet.
You don't want to bet this?
No. Sorry.
Why not?
Even if you bet it, sorry. Enjoy it.
No, I'm not betting this. I'll take the home team. I got cute with Coppin State at home, getting 10.5 or 11 against UMBC, and they lost by 34. So I don't want any part of that team, but I also don't want to back Delaware State. So yeah, give me Delaware State. I will back them, but I'm not going to bet them.
Basura, game of the day. Yes, La Basura. Yes, got my Spanglish perfect in Puerto Rico. It was working out very well. Utah State is laying 21.5 against San Jose State here. The Aggies versus Spartans. Utah State at home, super solid for sure. It just seems like a lot of points, though, for some reason to me.
I agree. That's what I initially thought too, as well. I was like, that just seems like a lot of freaking points.
A lot of points, even though it is Logan. But 21.5 just seems like a lot.
I mean, San Jose State did lose to New Mexico by 23 in the pit.
Right. That's true.
I'll take the points, though. I'll fall for it. I'll take.
No. Are you sure?
I'm gonna take San Jose State plus the points. I'm not betting it though.
Okay, I was gonna say don't bet it. Yeah, I think Utah State could run and gun and score a good amount. They kind of, they had their 100-point game, then kind of lulled around against Fresno State. I think they could come out super hot. I'll take the Utah State team total over 84.5. Check the picks page if I bet it though. I don't know. I'm not sure. Don't love it. Just how San Jose State kind of plays. But it is a lot of points. I'm just staying away from it. It's too sketchy. UC Santa Barbara versus Cal State Northridge, both having down years after last year, potentially. Santa Barbara's laying a point against CSUN. Northridge is at home, though. Don't know. It's another high variance game here. I think UC Santa Barbara bounces back. I like the over, too. I think we see a good amount of points. But I think with Barbara laying points off of a loss, I think that they can bounce back. I don't love any of these teams, both these teams, as much this year. But I think UC Santa Barbara offensively could really expose CSUN's defense at the 3-point. And, if Santa Barbara can get to the line a fair amount as well and avoid fouling CSUN, then it can work out. But I think offensively, CSUN's been a major problem. So I'll take UC Santa Barbara on the road here.
Yeah, I'll take UC CSUN actually. I'll take CSUN on the money line at home. I'll back the home dog. I'll bet them. I just haven't been super impressed with Santa Barbara, especially defensively. Offensively, they're really good. Maybe I should just actually look at the team or the full game over then. It was 159, but it looks like it's down to 156.5 now. So yeah, I'll be on that. I'll be on UCSB, CSUN over 156.5. Both teams got good offense. I know UC Santa Barbara likes to play at a slow pace. However, CSUN plays super fast. Barbara does turn it over pretty pretty terribly, but CSUN doesn't really force a lot of turnovers. So I see Barber being successful offensively in their slow limited possessions, and I think CSUN will get it done too as well. Both teams mid kind of defensive teams. So yeah, give me the over 156.5, but I'll be on CSUN money line as well. Or I would be on that.
Tennessee State versus Little Rock. Over 43.5. What the hell is that?
You're underwater.
Is that me?
Yeah. Now you're good.
Interesting.
It happens sometimes.
Interesting. Yes, underwater for sure. Little Rock laying points. This is tough for me. Little Rock is so bad offensively. We've seen Tennessee State really be solid, but I feel like the line's just a tad bit telling. I'll take Little Rock money line.
Are they laying points now? Did it flip?
Yeah, it flipped. Yep. I'm not betting this though. No bets.
I'll take Tennessee State money line. Check the picks page.
Yeah, I mean, might as well off the flip, I guess. But yeah, I'm not betting this.
I just think Little Rock is terrible. Even at home, I know that they're 2-1 so far in OVC play, but they played Tennessee Tech, Southern Indiana. They lost to Moorhead on the road. I think Tennessee State under Nolan Smith is a very good team. They dropped another game to a good team in Southeast Missouri, but other than that, beat Martin at home, beat Tech on the road. I think they can get it done on the road.
Yeah, that line flip's crazy out of all the line flips possible. But yeah, best of luck. All right, Winthrop laying 20.5 against Gardner Webb. Over unders 165.5. Gardner Webb's terrible. They are terrible. I know Winthrop defensively is pretty bad as well, but I think we see this number go over. I think we for sure see it go over. I see 164.5 on BetMGM. I actually like the over here. I think we see Winthrop score almost 100 points. Now we just need Winthrop's poor defense to allow Gardner Webb to score a decent amount of points, who has been able to do that against teams they're semi-equal to, that kind of likes to run and gun. I'll take the over here for Winthrop Gardner Webb.
Yeah, and I'll take the team total over for Winthrop. I just want to isolate the side. Winthrop off the tough loss to Longwood on Wednesday, New Year's Eve. I think that they bounce back. They're 0-1 in conference play. I think they just put an ass kicking on Gardner Webb. I'll take Winthrop team total over 93.5.
New Orleans versus Northwestern State. New Orleans laying 2.5 against Northwestern State. Over unders 151.5. This line stinks. This game stinks. I think Northwestern State has a fighting chance here. New Orleans, who's hot start, definitely could make a run here in Southland play. They got the money, they got the backing now, but they're 2-2, so you don't know which one they're going to get. But they are off a loss. I think that Stacey Hollowell and this team can pick it back up. Even though Northwestern State's enticing, I'll pick New Orleans. No bets. Just because I kind of initially liked Northwestern State, but no bet. Go Privateers, or go whoever. Go whoever if you bet on this.
No, I think I'm going to stay away. Northwestern State, I think, is probably the side that I'll pick and be on. They've dropped their last two home games there in conference play. Lamar and Stephen F. Austin. I was all on Northwestern State plus the points against Lamar. Didn't get it done. Then I took Stephen F. Austin, and they were able to come through for me against Northwestern State. Not sure what to expect here. I think that Northwestern State should be able to get this done and win this on the money line. So I'll take the plus 2.5 with Northwestern State, but no bet for me. This New Orleans team is pretty good, and I just kind of want to see a little bit more from both of these teams.
Agreed. Another no bet for me. UMez is laying 6.5 against Morgan State. UMez kind of found their stride here, and Morgan State defensively problem. I'll lay it with UMez. No bet in the 4:30 window.
I just don't like how is UMass laying 6.5?
Because they're good, dude. It's UMez. They're good.
I mean, I know Morgan State's 3-11.
No bets. Just
UMass
move on. You're not betting this. Just get out of here. Let's move on. It's
Eh,
3 in the morning. You
I might bet this.
out of here.
No, Morgan State. I'll take Morgan State plus 6.5, but they are away from home, so I won't bet it. Usually, I bet Morgan State at home only. So yeah, UMass should not be laying 6.5 to anybody.
No. Another weird one. UT Martin's laying 9.5 against Eastern Illinois. We know Eastern Illinois is terrible. But laying this many points with Martin? I know Martin's decent team. They like the run and gun. I don't think it's an issue. Eastern Illinois stinks, right? Martin, they like the run and gun, kind of play fast, can shoot threes. It's not profitable laying this many points with the Martin team, but I'll lay it with Martin. I think they can come out, get it done, maybe contain Eastern Illinois. Could get talked into a team total under potentially, but I think Martin wins by like 12 to 15 points. So give me Martin against Eastern Illinois Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, I think Martin really, from what I've watched them, they play slower pace for the most
Yeah, but
part.
they kind of like they like the like if when they're shooting threes though they can get out quick pass and they pop but yeah they do like to kind of do slower sets sometimes, but they do end up settling for the three a ton for sure.
Yeah, and they get a lot of points from the free throw line. Eastern Illinois doesn't really send them to the free throw line very much. All UT Martin is the side. No bet for me at this number though.
Norfolk State versus North Carolina Central. Norfolk State's laying 4.5. Give me Norfolk State. They start to run here in conference play, but no bet.
Yeah, I was trying to look and see what they did. You're on Norfolk State.
I'm not betting it.
I'll take Norfolk. No, I'll take NC Central. I'll back Lavelle Moten and Company at home, conference home opener.
Super confidence.
Yeah, I'm waiting to bet this though. I might bet this.
No for me. SIU Edwardsville's laying 5.5 against Morehead State. Got some Ohio Valley play at 4:30. Edwardsville, they're kind of, I feel like, again, one random first half team, one dud of a half. I do like them at home, and I feel like Morehead State kind of sucks, but Morehead State on a back-to-back road stretch. SIU Edwardsville just hasn't been able to pull away just due to their kind of style of play offensively, and again, just lack of being able to play two halves. But I'll go back to laying it with SIUE. Come on. Play with some freaking pride at home, Edwardsville. Win by like 7 or 8. Morehead sucks. No, it doesn't. But it does. But they suck.
I'm probably gonna be. I'm looking at the number right now. I'm gonna be on. Yeah, I'll be on the Morehead State team total under 65.5.
I like that. I like that. I like that.
I'm
I'm with Rex Grossman here. If they don't cover, I will never put my money on this team again. I agree, Rex.
I've been disappointed with this SIU Edwardsville team. I mean, I know they're 9-5, but they just haven't played to
That's how they play.
They haven't played to the potential that I thought. But both these teams play at a super slow pace. SIU Edwardsville, a very good defensive team. Morehead State, terrible offensively. On the road, just put up 64 against Lindenwood, who's another solid defensive team. But Lindenwood likes to play with pace. So you got another defensive-minded team in Edwardsville, but who plays a lot slower. I think we limit possessions, and I think we Morehead doesn't even sniff close to the 65.5.
Yeah, I like that. Oh my God, Lindenwood is laying 11 against Southern Indiana. Hey, we were right about Lindenwood. We were a little higher on them in OVC play. I think they're a solid team. I like watching Lindenwood actually too. Got to watch them a couple times. 3-0 in OVC play. Now another home game against Southern Indiana. I don't know if I can lay it though with that amount of points with Lindenwood as much as I love these Lions. But I'll take the over here. No bet. I think we see Lindenwood score in the 80s with their amount of pace. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. They don't shoot as efficiently. And Southern Indiana needs to be able to step it up offensively. But even if Lindenwood scores and covers in a high number, Southern Indiana I think can match at a lower total in the 140s. So I'll take the over. No bet though.
Yeah, I'll back Lindenwood at home minus the 11. No bet. Too big of a number for me to want to lay in one of these mid-major games.
Yeah, especially at 4:00. Got some bangers on the next third here. Stephen F. Austin laying 5.5 against Ncaa. Over unders 136.5. Man, I'll take Ncaa at home. I think Stephen F. Austin definitely, 11-2. Now they're laying 5.5. It's worthy, but Ncaa at home, I feel like with this number is kind of interesting to me. I kind of expected it to be a tad bit higher. I think Ncaa can certainly cover the 5.5. Can try to kind of slow Stephen F. Austin down, and then they get the home gym as well. Defensively, they're pretty good. I think they can play interior. They can play around the perimeter. I'll take Ncaa plus 5.5.
Yeah, I kind of went back and forth on this game. They do play a lot of close games, but I think Stephen F. Austin is just the far better team. I'm gonna look up. This might be another one where I play the team total under for Ncaa, because Stephen F. Austin's defense is really freaking good, and Ncaa likes to play at a super slow pace. I'm seeing 65.5 for them as well. I'll just I'll take that. I'll take the 65.5. I don't like it as much as the Morehead State team total under, so no bet for me, but I will take to a team total under 65.5.
All right. We are in the 2/3 of the way through the slate. The final third here. Let's power through, baby. Saturday mega slate. Troy laying 7.5 against Alabama. 433 tip. What kind of voodoo are they doing? 433 Freemason stuff. I think Troy has a better Freemason presence. Give me the Trojans. Laying the points at home. I like the under here as well, but I'll wait and back that. I think they can stop South Alabama, especially with how slow South Alabama plays. And Troy did just score 100, so it is a little sketchy to me, which makes me kind of like the under better. So I'll take the under. It's already up to 145.5. So I'll take that under 145.5 in Troy, South Alabama. Midday under. Troy swamps South Alabama, holds them to like 60 points. And this number goes below.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Troy. No bet for me. Troy likes to play in some close games. I know they just fresh off that 20-point win, dropping 100, as you said. But I don't want to bet Troy at this number. But I will pick them at the -7.5.
SEMO laying 14.5 against Western Illinois. I laid it with SEMO last game or yesterday. Didn't work out. Do I go back to the well against a bad Western Illinois team potentially? They were losing. SEMO was, but they ended up winning by like 9 still. So shout out SEMO, I guess. But tough for me to lay it. Especially with my Leathernecks, I got a soft spot for them. I'll lay it with SEMO, no bet.
Yeah, tough little travel spot. Just had a day in between. I don't know how far Martin is from SEMO. Actually, it's probably not too far since it's southeast. I'll take the plus 14.5 with Western Illinois. We can spar here. I just think that's a lot of points for an OVC conference play game. I mean, you saw with Eastern Illinois only won by 9, Tennessee State by 9. They can prove it to me that they'll win by margin. But yeah, no bet. I don't trust Western Illinois with my hard-earned money.
Lafayette versus Loyola. Whew, this game stinks. We don't care. Play the soundbite. I'll pick Loyola at home. No bet. This game stinks. Offense may be horrible. I can't believe the total's that high just because they suck so bad.
Yeah, I'll pick Loyola too. At home, I'd be interested in taking the under, really. 155.5. I'm seeing now it's 153. But yeah, just give me Loyola on the sheer principle that this is at home. So yeah, no bet for me.
Yeah, maybe under. Be about under. State of Gummy. Austin P laying 11 against Jacksonville. Over-unders 140, 5 Eastern start time. I think that this is a crazy over here, but I think that we see this number go over actually and sneak by. I think Austin P can drill them with the high total. I like the over, just with the high spread. I mean, if they think Austin Peay can score a good amount, they've scored in the hundreds the last 2 games in a row. Normally, I would fade that, but I think we see this number go just a tad over. I think we see Austin Peay maybe in the mid 80s to high 80s. And now we just need Jacksonville to match a 60 ball or something like that. I like this over in a kind of hold your nose kind of style play at 5 o'clock. Gross, I know.
Yeah, gross, but I'll ride it with you as well. I don't know. I'll wait to bet this probably, but I'll take that as my pick for this game. I would be on the Austin P side. Jacksonville's played 4 straight road games, so this will be their 5th road game in a row. I think they're ready to go home. They just lost to Lipscomb by 19. Now they go turn to Austin P before they come back home. So I might look to back Jacksonville at home coming up, but yeah. I'd just be worrisome with how good Jacksonville's offense is. But yeah, I agree. I think Austin P puts up a lot of points. Maybe Austin P team total over. I don't know.
If you're going to bet the under, though, 141.5, I'd bet it now.
No, I'd be on the over with you.
Or the over, I mean. Sorry. Yeah, wait to bet it. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Sorry. My mind's a little crazy. Been traveling all day. A little crazy there. Bucknell laying 4 against Lehigh. Over under is 135.5. Oh, not Bucknell again. You're snickering because he knows Bucknell is that crazy ex-girlfriend that we love randomly betting on. 3.5 on DraftKings. Bucknell is so bad. They're so bad. But Lehigh is just as bad. I will pick Bucknell and lay it. No bets. I'm holding off. No phone call.
We'll spar here. I will back Lehigh on the road. But Bucknell at home seems to be able to get it done more often than not. So I won't bet Lehigh because both of these teams aren't very good. But I will be on the Lehigh side. We can battle here, or spar here, I should say. I'm seeing a 4 on Fanatics, so I'll take them at that flat 4. If anybody has Fanatics.
All right, Incarnate Word laying 8.5 now against Houston Christian. Over under is 142.5. So numbers kind of drop down a little bit. I will go with the number there. I'll take a Houston Christian team total under, but don't love it with Incarnate Word's defense. I think but the pace that both teams run, I think this number can definitely get down, and Incarnate Word could drill them for sure. If I had to pick a side, I like Incarnate Word as well too, but this is a no bet for me.
Yep. I'm right there with you. This is another number that's a little bit too high for my liking. So I will be on Incarnate Word minus the 7.5. Like you said, seeing 8.5s as well. But no bet at this number.
All right. Let's move on. UC Davis laying 10.5 against Cal State Bakersfield. Over under is 153.5. This one's fun. Davis off of a win against CSUN. Now they got a lowly team in Bakersfield a little bit. I like this UC Davis team, man. They've really surprised me after losing a major piece here. I think Cal State Bakersfield expended as much as they could against UC Irvine, and now we get a 89-80 kind of spin against a win against CSUN. I normally would back an over with UC Davis against a bad Cal State Bakersfield, but with just how Cal Bakersfield just played against UC Irvine, I think they exhausted all that they could. I'll actually lay the number with UC Davis here.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I'll lay it with UC Davis minus the 10.5. I mean, Cal State Bakersfield, they're at home, beat Idaho by 1. I think we were on that. I'm not sure if you were. I think we were. Yeah, both of us were. They got it done outright. I think we took them at plus 4.5. Then they played very competitive against the Irvine squad, a really good Irvine team. But now we look to kind of fade them on the road, where you looked at already lost to CSUN by 21, Santa Barbara by 25 to open up conference play on the road. So I think we see another struggle here on the road for Bakersfield. So back Bakersfield at home, fade them on the road. Give me UC Davis minus the 10.5.
Let's go, brother. Idaho laying 6.5 against Eastern Washington. Over unders 156.5. Yeah, I like Idaho here. I actually love Idaho. I bet this is one of my favorite plays of the day, actually, tomorrow. I think we see this Idaho team bounce back after a tough loss to Bakersfield. They've had tons of time to think about it. Haven't played since December 23rd. They got a road win out there in California as well. Now we get Idaho at home, welcoming in an Eastern Washington team that just is porous defensively. I think Idaho's going to be able to expose them, especially in their home spot. I really like this Idaho team. Offensively, they've been solid. Defensively, they get tons of rebounds down low, which I think could really disrupt Eastern Washington and get them to cover this number. So I will lay it with Idaho, the Vandals.
Yeah, I agree. I would lay it here as well with Idaho. I'm seeing a flat 7 now, so I'm fine with laying the 7 there. I've even seen some 7.5s. Even the money line minus 278 could be another little piece. I know it's not a parlay piece that Rhythm's noted, but could be one that I feel really confident in, and to add in on a little like 3 or 4 teamer money line parlay with some of those parlay pieces that we've talked about with Rhythm.
All right. Grambling laying 5 against Prairie View A&M. I'll take Prairie View A&M plus the points. Do you know what 2 words are coming next?
No.
No bet. I gotta go get probably my last drink of the night.
I will take Grambling. I'll lay it with Grambling. I'm tempted to bet this one. 5.5.
You're still on the slide?
Yeah, I'm debating on if I'm betting this or not. I'll wait to bet it. I'm not gonna take up more time right now to trying to decide. But Grambling minus 5 for me. Wait to bet it. Thomas is speaking to me. All right, maybe I just will change it to no bet. But
I'm holding your hand off the cliff right now. I'm like, hold on tight. Tarleton State versus Cal Baptist. Tarleton State's laying 3. You're taking your boy Billy Gillespie here, or are you going with the Lancers?
I'm taking Tarleton State.
What a stupid question by me. Yeah.
I almost faded them against UT Arlington a few days ago on Monday. I was like, oh Lord.
I took UT Arlington money line. Yep.
And I was like, nope, I'm not going against them. I was like, I like UT Arlington with the points, but I was like, nope, I'm not going against them. So I pivoted, went under 137.5. It hit. I was like, thank God, that's what I get for almost fading Tarleton. But yeah, I mean, Cal Baptist, man, lost 2 straight. They're 0-2. They're desperate.
Right.
Lost to Utah Valley already. Lost to UT Arlington. Now they got this game against Tarleton State. Meanwhile, Tarleton 1-1. Just lost to Utah Valley at home, but now they're at home. I really like. I'll be on Tarleton. State. I don't love it.
2.5's available on Caesars too.
Yeah, I'll take that, but I don't love it because, as the Jew said, Cal Baptist really needs this. They don't want to start conference play 0-3, and we've talked about Cal Baptist. They're a really good team, really solid defensively. I might even look at this under, possibly, but
yeah,
I'll be on Tarleton State, but I don't know if I'll bet it.
Well, I'm battling you if you do bet it. I'm going to take Cal Baptist on the fact that they need it. You know, I know that they just had a loss against Utah Valley, but they played good. Tarleton's offense has really picked it up, so I think it is. I think this game is definitely scary, definitely a coin flip kind of game. But I'm going to go with Cal Baptist on that premise alone that they can pick the pace up, and they need this kind of, especially avoid going 0-3, like you said. Arizona State's laying 2.5 against Colorado. Both the juice. We got Arizona State, Colorado, 2.5. You know, I think I'm going to take Arizona State here. Colorado, weird kind of travel spot. Arizona State, 2 losses in a row. They were competitive, though. I know Colorado just lost in Northern Colorado, so they may be pissed off, but both these teams are playing a little bit pissed off. I like Arizona State. I like Colorado much better at home than I do them on the road. I'm tempted to take first half, but I don't know. I need to be. I'm tempted to take first half for Arizona State money line, just because I think they could come out hot at home. But for some reason, the full game just scares me. I feel like both these teams might start out hot. So I'm going to go with Arizona State. Go crazy here. First half money line.
I'll be on Arizona State. I'll be on the Sun Devils minus the 2.5. Both teams lost their last 2 games, so kind of like you guys said, 2 desperate teams. But Colorado, they've only had 1 true road game. That was at Colorado State, and so now their first kind of true road game outside of the state of Colorado is tomorrow. I just like back in Arizona State here at home. I think they get it done to open up Big 12 conference play.
Love it. Let's go Sun Devils. UNLV is laying 15.5 against Air Force. I know Air Force is terrible, but I can't lay that many points with the UNLV team. I just don't know which one we're going to get. You know, offensively, it can come out super hot, but they've already had 2 really good high-powered offensively scoring games. And now you get Air Force, though. Low-end team, doesn't travel well in Las Vegas. Air Force will be disciplined in Las Vegas, so you don't need to worry about that. But, yeah, I'll take Air Force plus the points. No bets. No bets. They're terrible.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Air Force plus the points. No bet. No need to add anything further.
Lipscomb laying 17.5 against North Florida. North Florida is awful. They are so bad. Like, what the heck? North Florida's like, here's 100 points. Here's 100 points. You get 100 points. You get 100 points. Lipscomb's team totals at 94.5. I know that they can score. They like to run a gun. Lipscomb plays that LA Fitness kind of ball, which could be a massive problem for North Florida. But 170 points, something like that, that's pretty high for me. I'm going to lay it with Lipscomb here. I think they win by like 25, 100-something plus. So let's go Lips.
Yeah, I think I'll be on Lipscomb too. But It's a lot of freaking points. But, I mean, you look at North Florida, they're absolutely atrocious. Check the picks page. I might bet this, depending on what my whole slate looks like.
Yeah. Like I said, I love it, Dominican. It's so true. Here's 100 points. Northwestern laying 5.5 against Minnesota. I hate both these teams, especially with the over under being so low. Are they expecting Northwestern to drill Minnesota? I mean, I know it's a home game, but I don't see Northwestern drilling anybody by like three plus possessions personally. This Minnesota team can be feisty on the road. It's not always the best, but Medved, good coach. Collins, good coach. They need to get up for some type of road spot, but again, don't love it, especially with Northwestern status. I think Minnesota can be somewhat feisty. I'll take Minnesota plus 5.5. Check the picks page to see if I bet it, though. It's on my list. Not as confident in it going against Collins in an opener.
Yeah, I'll take Minnesota as well. They've already played their one true road game was at Purdue. They got, took their ass kicking, but I think they maybe learned some lessons there. And I think Medved will be able to, make the appropriate changes. I see this being a kind of a close competitive game. Northwestern probably wins it down the stretch from the free throw line, most likely. I almost wanted to maybe look at the over 139.5. It's kind of gross, or it's 139.5 now, not 137. But I'll just take Minnesota plus the points.
Yep. Check the page here in about an hour or so. UTRGV laying 2 against Grande, or not Grande. Grande's laying 2 against Corpus Christi. Over unders 138.5. This line's short. It's already up to 3.5. Looks like most places. We are in the 5:30 window now officially too. UTRGV kind of needs a home win, especially in conference play. I think this is falling into the soup a little bit. This is going to be another check the picks page. I'll lay it with UTRGV minus, looks like 2.5 on DraftKings. Maybe I do need to bet it if I want to bet it, but we're almost done. We'll get finalized. I'm either going to bet Minnesota or UTRGV, one of those two.
Yeah, I'll bet UTRGV. I mean, kind of similar spot to Cal Baptist, desperate team. They dropped their last 2 at home. Actually, they've dropped their last 3 D1 games at home.
Right.
But last 2 home conference games, lost to New Orleans, lost to Nichols, both pretty solid teams. Texas A&M Corpus Christi, another one that's a solid team as well, especially defensively. But Corpus Christi off that home win against New Orleans, I'll fade that. I'll back UTRGV at home minus the 2.
Let's go. Idaho State versus Portland State. Over unders 130 or 130, 146.5. I like Idaho State here. It's already down to 2.5. So people are betting Portland State, I'm sure, because Portland State is a very good team. We are now officially into the 6 o'clock window as well. But Portland State surviving with Weber, unbelievable game on New Year's Day. That was a fun one. Just back and forth, 35 points in overtime for that game as well too. I think Portland State could make some massive motions in the Big Sky, but these Idaho teams are going to flirt with it, I think. I like Idaho State here. I think we saw Portland State get a little too crazy, a little too up there, and I'll just take Idaho State on the money line as well too. And Idaho State offensively much better at home. I think that they can kind of maybe slow it down, try to grind Portland State out, and play to where they thrive, which is defensively. So give me Idaho State at home against Portland State off of the massive overtime 95-90 banger on the road in their fourth road game in a row, even with a massive break in between, though.
Yeah, I'll take Idaho State as well, minus the 2.5. I'm going to wait to bet this, seeing it go down a little bit. Maybe people will bet a little bit more Portland State. Maybe I can just get a better money line price on Idaho State. So wait to bet this. Check the picks page.
I like it. I'm gonna wait to bet it too. Move that down a little bit. I think we can get it down for sure.
I like Idaho State at home, but Portland State, like you said, they're a really good team. The Big Sky should be a fun conference this year for sure. So looking forward to it.
Northern Colorado versus Montana. Fire game, by the way. Yes, and this is a 6:00 game, 6 Eastern. Norco off of their loss to Montana State. Montana off of a good win, got both of these right. Took both Montanas on New Year's Day. Montana State just on the money line, and then Montana minus 5.5. Worked out pretty good. And NorCal's got some time in between. I think I just faded their win mainly. I did for NorCal after their win against Colorado. But I think this is a Norco spot for sure. I think on the short spread we're seeing here, I'd be more confident to lay a 3.5 or 4.5 with Montana against Northern Colorado. And then we just saw Northern Colorado lay an egg offensively, kind of allowed 90 points to Montana State, whose offense hasn't been the best this season. As much as I love Montana and Missoula, I'm going to go with Northern Colorado here. I think they get it done on the road. They've already been out in that Montana stretch. They need to get one of these. Let's go Northern Colorado.
Yeah, I'll battle you here. I'll be on the Grizzlies. I'll back Money Williams and company. One thing that Montana does is they really struggle turning over the ball, 21% turnover percentage rate. Northern Colorado, though, 364th in forcing turnovers. They're
not physical at all.
They don't turn the ball over. They rely mostly on offense, so they don't force turnovers. Rely mostly on their offense. I think that poses a problem here. I know Montana is not the best defensive team. However, they can defend the three somewhat well, and that's something that Northern Colorado at times tries to rely upon. So I just like backing Montana and Missoula here. They've had their struggles where they dropped 3 straight earlier on this year in that Montana MTE, and they lost to that D2 Montana Tech there at home as well. I don't see them dropping very many more home games this year. So I'll back Montana on this short number.
And I like it. Wichita State versus Charlotte. Elliot, household Nate. I mean, I know you got a soft spot for Wichita. I know you do. And,
for sure.
We don't spell it with the T, and we don't use a T. It's Wichita. Now they got Charlotte there, who I think is just a little better than last year, but last year were just terrible. I hate that I'm liking these road teams, unfortunately, but I like Wichita here. I think that they can bounce back. They've already had a kind of some road games under their belt as well. One at Northern Iowa, played good at Boise State, almost won. Just had a win at UAB as well. I think that they could potentially bounce back against a pretty bad Charlotte team who stinks defensively. I'll lay it with Wichita. Check the picks page to see if I bet it, though. It is a weird number, so I need to see if I want to. I don't love it with laying that many points on the road, but Charlotte's pretty bad. I think Wichita can have a lot of possessions and extend this game and kind of go on the road and have a good win.
Yeah, I'll lay it with Wichita State here as well. I think they get this win for sure. I just don't know if they're going to win by this amount. Especially off the great UAB win on the road that I called on the money line. So that was a fun little play on New Year's Eve as I was driving down to the lake. But I think Wichita State wins, so maybe a Wichita State money line as a little money line parlay piece. I don't mind that more so than laying it, but I would lay it with Wichita State. We'll see if I bet it.
Love it. Davidson versus St. Joseph's. Over-under is 138.5. Davidson going into Philadelphia. Davidson off of 3 losses in a row. Joe's off of an ass kicking as well to the other Saint in the A10, St. Louis. Listen, as much as I want to back Davidson off of 3 losses, I think St. Joe's at home defensively could just outmatch them physically. I think St. Joe's can win in the interior against a good Bob McKillop, whatever the other son's name is, but Matt, and I think that St. Joe's can expose them on second chance opportunities and need to win in the interior against Davidson. So I'll take St. Joe's on the money line at home.
Yeah, I like St. Joe's on the money line as well. Big thing with Davidson is they struggle from the free throw line, only shoot 66%. St. Joe's, on the other hand, converts 76%, top 40 in the nation. And Davidson somewhat seems to foul a little bit. They rely on the 3 pretty heavily. I know St. Joe's struggles a little bit guarding the 3. However, I do think that, like you mentioned, second chance points, being able to be out physical, kind of out tough Davidson will then kind of force Davidson to foul, send St. Joe's to the free throw line, which I think is when St. Joe's can really convert, and that's where they get a good amount of their points. Almost 22% of their points come from the free throw line. So I see them converting there at home and getting the win. So I will be on St. Joe's as well on the money line.
Alabama State versus Mississippi State. Paralysis analysis. Mississippi Valley State sucks. I'll lay it with Alabama State, but guess what? No bet.
Why? You don't want to bet this?
No. I love Mississippi. I bet Mississippi's. I bet like a few Mississippi Valley State games. I'm not betting this tomorrow on a Saturday. I'm going.
I was so mad that I didn't bet Mississippi Valley State against Oklahoma. I picked them, but definitely did not end up backing them. I'll take Mississippi Valley State plus the 13.5. But once again, I'm right there with you. No bet for me. Michael James puts up probably 25 plus. Next, we got another Mississippi team. Mississippi State heads into Austin, Texas. And they are lane. I'm checking to see. It was 10. And now it is 8.5. So this has kind of come down a little bit. I'm seeing 8.5. I'm also seeing a 10 out there, 9.5. Kind of seeing kind of all over the place. Mississippi State hasn't been very impressive. I know it's just the Epps and Hubbard show. They've won kind of 4 in a row, but all those are were at home except for the game against Utah. I think Texas wins this game. I kind of want to maybe bet the over. That'd be the angle that I'd probably look at betting, the over 156.5. But at the 9.5 number, it'd be a no bet for me. But I'd take the Texas side.
Yeah, I'll take Mississippi State plus the points. I think they can stay within the number, but they're so bad. It's not something I would recommend anyone betting. So unbelievable. And I just want to say, going back to the Air Force UNLV game, our Air Force is in Venezuela tonight, and we officially bombed Venezuela about an hour ago. So incredible that they're going to do that, and then they're going to go play in Las Vegas tomorrow. So see if they can bounce back for that, for sure. We're a turnaround spot. So Air Force, may have to bet them. Towson laying 9 against Monmouth. Over-unders 136.5. Towson's been on a little struggle bus a little bit, just a tad bit. We haven't seen them playing as physical. I feel like this number's gone down a little bit. Now that Towson's lost 2 in a row, though, just hasn't looked really good. 2 road games in a row. Now they come back home against a Monmouth team. I'm going to take a team total under for Monmouth here. I think even if they do cover this number, it's going to be a short number. And we see this number go in the low 60s for Monmouth. So give me the team total under for Monmouth. I think Towson gets back here, tries to play a little more physical, and contains this team in the low 60s for CAA play.
Yeah, I'll bet Towson here. I think it's a good get right spot for them after they dropped the two games to open up CAA play. Now they're 0-2. Monmouth, I love backing them at home, as I always like to do, but on the road is where you can kind of fade them a little bit. So I think Towson can get it done here at home in a nice little bounce back spot. So let's let Monmouth score like 45 points. So your team total under comes through and Towson hangs 65 and we get a sweat-free victory on both sides.
Let's go. Southern laying 7 against Texas Southern. Southern's pretty good. I think they're solid. I like Southern more as a dog versus laying points. I'll take Texas Southern plus the points, but no bet for me.
Yeah, I'll take Southern. I might end up betting this, but I'll wait and see. It seems like a lot of points, though. I'm seeing 6.5 out there for a majority of them. I'll take Southern minus 6.5. Wait to bet it. Texas Southern, they're kind of a darling there in the SWAC as the season continues and as the conference play gets going. They start to get better and better, and then they become inevitable that they're going to be super competitive down the stretch and in the conference tournament. But I like Southern here at home. They haven't played a home game since December 1st. This is actually their first D1 home game of the year. So it makes me like Southern even more. I'm just going to end up betting this. So yeah, I'll bet Southern minus 6.5. Just tuck myself into it.
Iowa laying 6.5 against UCLA. I'm going to the Iowa-Indiana game a couple Saturdays from now. I'm going to lay it with Iowa here. I think they absolutely disrupt this UCLA team that likes to pry on teams that like to run at pace. And I think when UCLA gets a matching team that kind of runs in a slugfest style, it's kind of over for them. And now you got UCLA, 3 wins in a row, 4 out of the last 5. Iowa's already got a good win. I mean, it was Maryland. but they dominated them, and I think that they can do that again here. I see 5.5 on FanDuel. I will lay the 5.5 with Iowa here on FanDuel. Give me the Hawkeyes at home. Home crowd's going to be rocking. I think the Iowa faithful's back after a rough year last year, and they still were show up a good amount. I think the home crowd gets it done here for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I will lay it with Iowa as well. This is UCLA's kind of first trip away from the West Coast. This is kind of, I know it's not their first true road game. They got a win at Washington. However, now they're traveling kind of across the country, play a really good Iowa team coached by Ben McCollum. I'm excited to watch Bennett Sturts against Donovan Dent. Should be kind of a fun little matchup, but I think Iowa just ends up, mucking up the game defensively, offensively, being efficient, taking care of business. And I think they win this by double digits. I'll lay the -5.5 or the 6.5. And I will say that the rhythm is a parlay piece as well for the Iowa money line. So if you're writing those parlay pieces down, that's another money line parlay piece possibility.
Alabama and A&M versus Arkansas Pine Bluff, almost in the 7 o'clock Eastern slate, 6:30 here. I'll take APB at home. I think high total is in their favor versus Alabama and A&M team. I think this thing could certainly go over for sure. So I foresee a lack of defense here, more so, worried about a lack of offense personally. But with just the amount of defense could be an issue. Check the picks page to see if I bet this one, though. I may wait for like a live angle for this over here.
Yeah, Arkansas Pine Bluff, man, they haven't played since December 17th. This will also be their first kind of D1 home game. They roughed up a couple D2s there right before Christmas break. Alabama A&M, they put a shit ton of home games for being a SWAC team. Now they go on the road where they haven't been very good. Yeah, I'll take Arkansas Pine Bluff. I'm not sure if I'll bet it, but I'll take Pine Bluff plus I'm seeing 1.5 now.
Yep. At home, I think they could be solid offensively. UC Irvine laying 5 against Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton, woo! What a win against UCSB. Fullerton kind of playing solid here. Now you got an Irvine team here who is kind of all over the place. I like Fullerton personally here. I think that they can get it done even after no hangover possible on their win. I think they definitely can get it done against an Irvine team that is good, but I don't know if they're beating any of these teams out as much as possible on the road. Bakersfield only by 4. I think Fullerton can come back hot, really push the pace, and I don't think Irvine's defense is just up to par as much as it's been in the past from the 3. But interior, they're always pretty good. That's kind of like how they like to play. So if Cal State Fullerton can spread the floor, I think they can get this done and stay within margin. But if you like UC Irvine on a buy low spot, I completely get that too.
Yeah, I'll be on the Irvine side. Not sure if I'll get to a bet here or not. But I just think, Fullerton off the big win against UCSB could be a little letdown spot for them. Irvine, they play at a slower pace. UCSB, on the other hand, they kind of like to also play at a slow pace. But I think UC Irvine can really handle the pace that Fullerton wants to play with. you look at some games where Irvine's played with some faster paced teams like CSUN. I know it was at home, but they beat them by 14. Able to kind of hold them down to 71. I think we see a more of a defensive minded game here, and Irvine's able to kind of keep Fullerton in check. So I'll be on the Anteaters minus the 4.5.
All right. Illinois laying 16.5 on the road against Penn State. Over-unders 158.5. I know Penn State's pretty bad, but that's just a lot of points not to be enticed there, personally. 16.5 points. Penn State's horrible. I know.
Played pretty competitive against
Michigan State
at home
on a Saturday as well. But at home, they can be competitive. I think Illinois could play with its food a little bit. Not like they have a huge look-ahead spot. Rutgers at home, but this is in the Palestra too, so I expect maybe Penn State semi gets up for it. Not quite a complete beatdown, so
I don't like how it's in the Palestra because it's not even it's in Philly.
Yeah, the Bryce Jordan Centers, they don't do anything there.
I know, but it's in Philly though. That kind of sucks for the fans.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like the Nittany Lions will be crazy betting either.
Yeah, they're not going to want to freaking go travel with a team that gets just absolutely shit kicked every time they play somebody with a pulse.
I'll take the points.
Yeah, Penn State plus 16.5. No bet. Fuck that. If it was at home, I'd probably bet Penn State.
Yeah, it's weird. UNC Wilmington's laying 12.5 against Hampton. Over-unders 138.5. I will lay it down for UNC Wilmington. I think that they can come back. Hampton's won 2 in a row. Hampton likes to play slow, and I think UNC Wilmington can expose their offense a little bit. So I will go with UNC Wilmington, but I'm going to take Hampton's team total under.
Yeah, this Hampton team's pretty good, but I'm gonna roll my Seahawks here and Takeo Siddle. I think they can get this done at home. You saw they just beat Drexel by 12 at home. I think I got hooked on that one. I think it was similar line to this 12.5, and I think I got hooked. But I think they respond. They dropped that game against Howard at home. I don't see that happening. They're not going to play with their food here. They're really going to take care of business against Hampton. I will lay it.
And shout out my man, Con Man. Y'all wasn't lying about the mega stream tonight. I'm at work trying to catch up the games. January conference play will be cray. Yep, it is the mega show for sure. Imagine if there was 3 of us. Oh my God, it's a full 8-hour shift here. But thanks, Con Man, for the donation. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you guys with the donations tonight. Nevada versus Fresno State. Nevada's laying 7 over-unders, 147.5. I don't love laying points with Nevada, especially on the road. I'd rather do that at home, but kind of feels like a random Nevada spot. It's already down to 6.5. I'll lay it with Nevada minus 6.5. No bet. No bet.
Yeah, I kind of want to be on the Fresno State side, I think, here on this one, just at home. Nevada off of 2 good wins, Boise State, and then that Colorado State game, which was kind of fugazi because Colorado State scored 2 points in the last 10 minutes or some bullshit.
Yeah.
I'll take Fresno State No bet though, because Nevada has been playing very good
Yep.
against solid teams these last 6 games on their 6 game win streak. So this is Fresno will be definitely the worst team that they play in that streak, which is probably right when Alfred will lay a dud and they lose this outright. But I'll take Fresno State plus the points. No bet though. I just not super confident in them, obviously.
All right, we can spar there. Purdue laying 6.5 in Wisconsin. Over unders 151.5. Where is our household name Stooley Picks for this one?
You think he's asleep?
I think he's rooting for Purdue potentially.
So they can fire.
I think no. I think he's more of a Purdue and IU fan than he is Wisconsin fan sometimes these days.
I think he's just wants Greg Gard to get fired, so he's like, I'll cheer for Purdue.
There is potential. That's a thing. I'm gonna take the over 150.5 on FanDuel. I think.
Shout out Helms going to the game.
I think. Oh wow, let's go Helms! Hell yeah! Congrats, or not congrats, but I guess congrats. I don't know what I'm saying, but that's sick. Good shit. Enjoy it. Enjoy the Kohl Center. Yeah, I think Purdue could roll. I'm going to take the over here. I think even if Purdue ends up rolling, if they score mid to high 80s or even low 80s, I think Wisconsin can stay within this number. I expect them to keep it somewhat competitive. Home crowd, big environment. You got Purdue coming into town. You know what this means. Wisconsin already knows what this means as well, but just don't know if their roster can keep up. But I do think points are going to be in order here, so I'll take the over for this game.
Yeah, I don't mind the over. I'll just lay it with Purdue minus the 6.5. I think their offense is too efficient, and Wisconsin is gonna kind of really struggle to possibly get good looks against a tough Purdue defense. So I do think Wisconsin is going to score. I just think that Purdue is going to be so efficient that it's not going to matter, and they're going to just be absolutely taken advantage of down low. And Purdue, well-rounded, guards, front court, all the above. If they're hitting, they don't even have to hit a lot of threes. I mean, if they're hitting their threes at like a 30%, which is well below their 40% average, if they're hitting it at like a 30% clip, I see this as like a 10-point win at the minimum for Purdue.
All right, Grand Canyon versus Colorado State. Grand Canyon's laying 3.5 at home against the Rams. This number is already up to 6.5. This number has jumped, so that's a little crazy there. I'll pick Grand Canyon, no bet though. I don't like that whole line movement sitch, but I think Grand Canyon at home is a problem, and Colorado State on the road not as impressive. But I'll lay it, no bet.
Yeah, I'll lay it as well. I wish I would have got this number before it shot up and skyrocketed. I think Grand Canyon gets it done at home. Fun little atmosphere. I know that the students probably aren't back, so won't be as lit of an environment. So at 6.5, I could maybe be enticed to take it, but with a team that lost by 42 to Utah State on the road, no, thank you. I'll lay it with Grand Canyon. Maybe look at Grand Canyon money line, and looks like you said crowd's still going to be there. So Grand Canyon money line is a little parlay piece possibly.
Montana State laying 9.5 against Northern Arizona. Over unders 141.5. Montana State off of a big win, good win at home. I think it's too many points though. I know Northern Arizona not the best team, but I'm going to fade Montana State off of a good win. Northern Arizona's been in Montana. They've done the route as well. So they know what it takes. So it's I'm going to take these two teams on their second stint in the Montana games. Give me NAU plus 9.5 against Montana State.
Yep. No, this is the one. I picked the Montana on the other one. I'm gonna pivot and take the away team here. Montana State gets it done, but NAU covers this number. I just think it's too many points. Montana State ends up winning this game by like 6.
All right. New Mexico laying 7.5 against Wyoming. New Mexico off of a loss against Boise State, just no offense. I think that they can bounce back for sure. Now you got the Pit. Wyoming, they're impressive this year. They definitely have looked up to par, and I think they can play the part. But on the road, it's a little tougher. I will lay it at the Pit here with New Mexico on a bounce back off of a loss too. I think Eric Olin's going to have this offense running, get him up to speed. And then you got the Pit where, I think New Mexico defensively actually thrives and can really shut down Wyoming's 3-point game and win this game, get out in the transition. New Mexico wins by 12.
Yep, I agree with you here. I'm not going to overthink it. Just lay it at the Pit, especially with a short number under double digits. I think Wyoming's going to struggle. Back-to-back kind of road spots. Just played at Air Force. Now they go to New Mexico in the Pit. Pretty simple cap. Don't fade the Pit.
Do not fade the Pit. Omaha laying 9.5 against UMKC. The over/under is 150.5. That's just too high for me. I'll take an under in this game. I know both teams defensively not great, but offensively UMKC struggles. I'll take the under. No bet.
I'll lay it here. UMKC is just absolutely terrible. So I've got no problem with laying it. Probably not going to bet this though. Omaha laying 9.5 doesn't seem appealing for me to be sweating out a bet as it comes down the stretch. But UMKC doesn't have a D1 win yet. Struggled against a couple two NAIA teams and got it done against the NCCAA team. So yeah, I'll continue to fade UMKC. Give me Omaha.
All right. They're horrible. Florida laying 6.5 against Missouri. Over/unders 154.5. This one's kind of a fun one. Missouri kind of back up against the wall. They got a lot of roster turnover for sure. Now you got Florida coming in. As much as I want to lay it with Florida, I don't love this roster, but I think my lay it is going to be taking the over here. I think we see this number fly over. Fast tempo offense, turnover city. And I think Missouri, if they can get up for this game and play with Florida, I think we see both these teams in the 80s, and this number goes over 154.5. So give me the over here for this SEC matchup. I gotta go. Be right back.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I just for me, Missouri just got embarrassed right before break. Losing to Illinois by 43 points. I really don't see that happening again. I kind of like being on just the Missouri side, but I do. I'll probably end up just tailing Huff here and taking the over 154.5 because if it is competitive and I do see Missouri staying in this game, they're going to have to definitely score because both Florida and Missouri are going to score. So give me the over as well, and I would tend to want to go with the Missouri plus the 6.5 also.
All right. UT Arlington versus Southern Utah. Over-under is 135.5. UT Arlington off of a good win. Southern Utah, they're pretty bad in all types of categories. But it is a weird travel spot. You know, UT Arlington's defense has been able to be pretty decent on the road, though. But again, a weird travel spot in Cedar City. This just feels like a weird game. I'll take Southern Utah plus the points. No bet.
Yeah, I'll continue to ride Arlington. They've seemed to kind of be fairly good. I'm seeing 5.5 now. So I'll take it at a little bit shorter number. Kim Pum's got this as an 8-point win for Arlington. Don't mind that. And UT Arlington's defense should just be able to really suffocate Southern Utah's offense. Southern Utah's offense is just absolutely terrible. But yeah, give me Arlington, maybe even a team total under for Southern Utah with just how bad their offense is against the very stout UT Arlington defense. And like you said, the defense will travel for sure.
Yep. Cal Poly versus Long Beach State. Long Beach State minus 1.5. Over-under is 162.5. It's an over or nothing for me for this game. Probably nothing, though. Just I don't know what teams are going to get. But with the pace that they're running, it's the only thing that's consistent towards me. But 162.5 with these teams offensively is tough for me. So I'll probably take the over. Checks the picks page if I bet it, but probably not.
Yeah. I kind of want to take Long Beach State. Oh God, I don't know. I'll take Long Beach State money line. Wait to see if we bet it. This is
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I was just trying to looking up the mascot LB. They switched to Long Beach used to be the 49ers, and then in 2023, I think.
Now they're the beach.
They're the beach, but the mascot is LB the shark.
Long Beach State Beach. Long Beach State Beach. I like the classic, just LB letters too. Sacramento State versus Weber State. Weber State's laying 6.5 against Sacramento State. Weber State just went to freaking war, but lost on a heartbreak to Portland State. We think Weber State bounces back here. I like Weber State on a little two-team moneyline parlay piece, which you'll see who I'll match them with. Here, a little late night spot. I think Weber State gets it done. Figures it out even after a gritty overtime loss against a lowly Sacramento State team that's trying to rebuild their program with Mike Bibby.
Yeah, I will be on Weber State as well. I will bet this. I think that it's good spot for Weber State to bounce back, like you said. Sac State, they kind of just play kind of one-on-one type of basketball. Could even look at a Weber State money line as another little money line parlay piece for sure.
Yes, sir. All right, 2 more games. Penultimate game. UC San Diego's laying 2 against Hawaii. Over-under is 142.5. That one's pretty impressive of a line here. We're going to get a little crazy, a little late night. We're going to take the home teams here, Weber State and UC San Diego at home on a money line parlay piece. UC San Diego sitting at minus 140. So a decent plus money parlay piece for me to end the night. Weber State and UC San Diego. I think San Diego can get it done. Hawaii off of a good win where they were dominating offensively. Hawaii's defense has been their strength, but I think they can drop this after winning 7 games in a row now that they've won. Only one was on the road at UC Riverside, and they dominated. I think they're ready to get back to the island to play UC Irvine next Saturday. Have a full week off as well. Give me San Diego at home.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on San Diego. I'll just be on UCSD money line for me. I just think that they're going to be able to bounce back after that tough loss to Cal Poly. And what you would thought would be a barn burner turned out to be a 67-65 loss. So I think they respond well. I see them getting it done outright against Hawaii. Don't really care about the 2.5 or whatever it is, just because UC San Diego doesn't shoot the free throw very well. Hawaii's defense is a little scary, though. Don't get me wrong, but
Yep.
I think San Diego can get it done, and I think those defensive numbers I think are also skewed just based on them basically playing home games their entire kind of non-conference and getting to play at Oregon when they didn't have Shellstad and were down some people. So I think it's a little skewed.
Yep. Stay classy, San Diego. San Diego State laying 3.5 against Boise State. Over-under is 138.5. I actually like Boise State. They've been proven on the road that they can get it done. They just had a good win against New Mexico. I like Boise State on the road against San Diego State. I think no team are going to win at margin. They play at a slow pace, but I will not be betting this. I'll just stick with my 2-team moneyline parlay to end the night here. No bet for me on Boise State, but I do like the Broncos in the road spot.
Yeah, and I'll be betting San Diego State here. I think that this is going to be more towards kind of like a Boise State versus Nevada game. I'll be on San Diego State to get it done here. They haven't been they've kind of struggled at times when they've stepped up in competition. But at home, they've gotten some good wins. They did lose Detroit in double overtime. But other than that, they've kind of taken care of business. I think at home, Boise State last time out on the road lost to Nevada by 15. So, yep, as Helm said, San Diego 2-step for me. Might just put those two together instead of your parlay of Weber State, San Diego money line. I'll do San Diego State money line.
Let's freaking go. 4 hours, 38 minutes, 16 seconds. We completed the slate. We probably started 15, 20 minutes into the show in that range. But still, we're here doing 4 hours of work, chopping it up. We got tons of bets. Picks page on the sheet of the description of the video. It's on our pinned Twitter tweet at PumpFakePod. So go follow that. Hit that like and subscribe button. It helps us out. We're here working, moving hard. Yes, Pump Fake Pod over any Avatar movie easily, especially the new ones, easily. Thanks, man. It felt good to be back also. Appreciate everyone in the chat riding with us, 4:17 in the morning Eastern. You guys are awesome. And, yes, Tommy want Wingy. Need to go watch some Tommy Boy to end the night, go to bed. So, but, Elliot, felt good to be back with you. It was solid. We'll get the picks on the sheet. We'll have a great day. 120 games tomorrow on the slate. It feels like that one day you get in, you get out. Then we got NFL, whatever. I'm not going to be watching that. I'll be watching all these games because we got So many games. Got my man cave slightly set up, so we'll have some viewing going on, and we'll see what happens here. So some good bets, some rides, some battles. I'm excited to be back on the pod. It's been a good January, up 40 something, almost 50 units, 47 units. Let's keep going, keep riding. I'm at Michael_Huff3s. I'm _Money, Elliott Money. You guys are the bomb. I got a rhythm play of the day. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Over 159.5, Georgia Southern Old Dominion. I think you like that one, right?
Let's fucking scroll through this bullshit. Yes, I did.
Let's take you cool with that for rhythm play of the day? Looks like Rhythm likes that. They like a couple plays that I gave out too on some overs as well. So yeah, what do you think of that? In?
Yep, I'm in. Let's do it.
All right. Georgia Southern, ODU, over 159.5, rhythm play of the day. Rhythm play of the day is sitting at 26-12 on the year. I'm pumped up about it. It's been a fun ride. We got Georgia Southern in the mix, one of our darlings. Yeah, use that parlay optimizer. Go download Rhythm. Use promo code PFP25. Get that locked down. Feels good to be back from the island. We're not on island time anymore. We're back in a routine, trying to get back in a routine. I'm exhausted. I've been traveling pretty much almost 24 hours now. I'll get the picks on the pick sheet. Go check that out. Hit that like button. Go check us out on Twitter at these underscores. Elliott, it was so good seeing you again, man. It's been a minute. Missed the last few episodes. Glad to be back, though.
Yep. Yes, sir. Can't wait. Boots on the ground here soon. Get a couple hours of sleep, and then off we go to Manhattan.
Yes, sir. Get to it. I'll be up early, finalizing my picks. I'll get the early ones out before I go to bed, and then I'll put the rest on probably after a few hours of shut eye. I need to get some shut eye, but thanks everyone. Chat, you guys are the reason. We love doing these marathons. It's awesome just sitting here talking with you guys. Adrenaline's flowing, even just sitting here chopping up ball. We're in January. It's 2026. This is the Pump Fake Pod. What do they say? Chat says to the moon. Appreciate you guys. Peace and love.